So, I like zombie media. I think the idea of an apocalypse where the dead come back or people are infected with a virus that turns them into feral humans can serve as the basis for really interesting plots. But there's always one thing I've noticed in zombie media that just irks me and I don't understand it. How exactly does the army fail to deal with these? I mean, look at them. They're slow as hell. They take so long to get to you and are feeble and weak. And the only way to become one is to literally get bit or die from them. In most zombie media, the virus isn't airborne or anything, so... As long as you keep your distance, like, you should be fine. And this is the army we're talking about here. How the hell does the army...
Shit! They're coming!
Oh god! Oh no, oh god.
What do you say?
Put in reverse, tap! Tap!
Oh, thank you, Steam Summer Sale.
Ay, oh my caramba! There's a... Released in 2008 and developed between Turtle Rock and Valve Studios, Left 4 Dead, and especially its sequel, is the best zombie game I think ever made. The game's development is rather interesting. It came from a group of developers at Turtle Rock testing out knife-wielding bots in Counter-Strike Source, and they thought, well, what if we replace the knives with the hands of zombies? Valve heard of the idea and offered to go ahead and give their Valve Touch, aka make games like really, really good. The production of Left 4 Dead was such an intense game because of how much Valve was putting effort into it that they even went ahead and basically shelved Half-Life 2 Episode 3. So now we know what happened to Half-Life 3. It was Left 4 Dead. It did a lot of things that Source Engine games prior to it didn't do. Randomized dialogue at multiple points, having enemies react to light, and also it led to the invention of Nextbots. The best way I can describe the difference between a Nextbot and an NPC is that if you were to throw a Combine Soldier in Half-Life 2 on a rooftop, they're not going to do anything. You throw a Left 4 Dead zombie on there, it's going to find a way down to get you. Now, from what research I could gather, and feel absolutely free to correct me if I'm wrong, Valve did a lot of the heavy lifting. It's not to say that everything Turtle Rock made sucked. As far as I'm aware, they are the ones that came up with the designs for the infected. But gameplay-wise, from what I could gather, they didn't do as much. Now, like I said, I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, feel free to correct me and I'll put it in a pinned comment. However, from what I could understand, Valve basically carried Left 4 Dead. And this was found out when people went ahead and played Back 4 Blood, which was made by Turtle Rock Studios independently, and kept advertising itself as by the creators of Left 4 Dead. Like 4 of the people in Turtle Rock that worked on Back 4 Blood actually worked on Left 4 Dead, by the way. But Left 4 Dead, even with its amazing sequel, which will be its own video because it is its own can of worms, Left 4 Dead, in my opinion, still holds up as an amazing, fantastic, and wonderfully designed zombie game. The amount of attention to detail in the smallest of things really does go a long way when it comes to how they designed this game. And for this video, I want to go ahead and show off the wonderful design that Turtle Rock and Valve made. And another reason I want to make this is there's actually a lot of people I have discovered who don't know what Left 4 Dead is or just haven't played it. Now, maybe my fanbase just consists of a bunch of newborns, or genuinely people just kind of forgot about this game. And so, because of that, I want to go ahead and have this video start completely fresh without any knowledge of what Left 4 Dead is about other than it's a zombie game. And so with that, let's go ahead and look at the intro cinematic. So the intro cutscene goes ahead and already tells us many things, a lot of it without even saying it. Firstly, most obvious out of the way, it's been 2 weeks since the zombie outbreak started. Here we see the group of 4 survivors that we will be playing throughout each map. Now, unlike most zombie games where various characters have bonuses and flaws, Left 4 Dead does something I much rather prefer. You just pick which character you think looks or sounds the coolest. Every character runs at the same speed, has the same health, takes the same amount of damage. The only other zombie game I've played personally that I can name that does this is Killing Floor 1 and 2. Just by looking at the way that they're all positioned, we can tell that Bill is the leader. He's the one up front, he's the one interacting with whatever zombie remains they're seeing, and overall is the oldest and likely most wise. His uniform that he's wearing seems to imply he's a soldier, possibly serving in Vietnam even. He knows his way around a gun, and that's likely the reason he's in charge despite his age.
Ain't seen anything like this before.
Jesus, don't let that stop you from smearing it all over yourself.
They're changing.
God damn it, Bill! Oh, it stinks!
Prior to Left 4 Dead's release, the idea of mutant zombie variants wasn't very common in zombie games. Francis's remarks go ahead and tell us right then and there that he's not afraid to be an asshole. His overall appearance, that being of a biker, kind of fits the tone of him being a jerk. But Francis not immediately beating the shit out of Bill because he rubbed this bile onto him shows that he isn't a terrible person. He isn't here with a bloodthirst for blood like you'd see in some evil biker in another zombie movie. He's here to help them. He's just very asinine. Lewis laughing at this shows that even with the end of the world, he's still finding some humor, showing us that he's probably the more optimistic one of the group. And then,
Someone's still alive.
Zoe seemingly is hopeful that what they're hearing is a person. Her being the youngest, it's probably just young hope. But at the same time, the fact that she was the first one to point out someone might be alive could also show us that she's the more caring and the most kind of the group.
Hello? Hello? It's okay. We're gonna...
Lights off!
It seems that this woman is not a normal zombie, possibly a variant or, as Bill pointed out, a mutant caused by changing. She's able to cry like a normal human, and isn't releasing animalistic sounds and grunts and screams. But as seen with what is gotta be the most painful mutation to your hands possible with her elongated fingers, she's not a normal survivor. She's a zombie too.
Shit! Shit! They're coming! Run like hell!
You know, technically we met 3 zombies in this scene. We were shown the female zombie that can mimic a human cry, the zombie hordes running towards them, and the horde itself came from another zombie. The goo that Bill wiped onto Francis is from a zombie variant we will later find out called the Boomer, whose whole gimmick is that he essentially is a catnip zombie. Bill basically put catnip on somebody in a place full of cats. The group goes ahead and seemingly kills the base zombies around them with ease, but Lewis yells out in struggle. This shows the player, when they inevitably get into the game, that this zombie can tank a few more bullets than just the average horde. We then see another mutant zombie use seemingly its own entrails to try to pull Bill away from the group and possibly try to hang him or pull him up. This shows us that 1, when playing the game, we're going to have to keep an eye out on the roofs and our backs to avoid this thing, and 2, whatever this zombie virus is, it has some horrific mutations. Francis helping Bill up while defending him and then jokingly saying,
Merry
Christmas.
Helps to show that despite his big, mean attitude, he does seem to care for the group. We then see Zoe throw an IED of some sort, which has a beeping device attached to it which is able to go ahead and distract the zombies. Possibly the sound of the gunfire or the sight of an explosion alerts a helicopter, but on the rooftops, another zombie mutation is lurking, and he appears to be quite agile. We see Lewis try to chase down this helicopter, but it's a helicopter. I don't know why he thought they could hear him. Lewis, you gotta have a brain somewhere in that bald head of yours. But once again, this kind of does show he's the most optimistic. He genuinely thought the helicopter could hear him. The other survivors don't go after it. We then see this mutation of zombie try to pounce onto Lewis and seemingly claw him to death. But so he rescues him, but they trigger a car alarm.
This is gonna get bad.
It looks like doom and gloom for a second as they're getting swarmed, but I mean, we did just see them fight off a giant horde, so they might be able to handle this. Until we see that there's a mutation of zombies so strong, it can flip a car.
Run or shoot. Run or shoot! Whoa!
As they run away, we see that Francis decides to stay back to try to fight off the horde, showing us that he's seemingly very confident, but this could end up biting him in the ass, and it nearly does as the tank almost pounds him into the ground. He said pound.
Oh.
But shut the We see the survivors barely escape with the skin on their teeth. Lewis, being optimistic as he is, says that they've made it.
We made it! I can't believe we made it!
Son, we just crossed the street. Let's not throw a party till we're out of the city.
Down to the street below them, a horde just as big sits there. And the game begins. This cutscene, without even directly stating it, shows us so much about these people. They've known each other for a while. We get glimpses into their personalities and how much they care about each other and how much they care about themselves. With the exception of visually seeing one, we basically now know how every zombie mutation works. The agile one traps you. The one using its intestines tries to lure you and drag you away from your team. The one that cries is very much dangerous, but can probably be avoided if you just don't go investigate. And that last one, it could flip a car, so it's probably going to eat a few mags of ammo. We even see how things like the pipe bomb weapon or how car alarms work. Two things that will, in gameplay, work pretty much just like we see in the cutscene. In-game, car alarms trigger hordes, and pipe bombs distract hordes. It is an extremely accurate glimpse into what playing the game will be like, and shows us so much. There is no need for a tutorial when your intro cinematic shows how your game works. And I feel like now with that out of the way, we can go ahead and talk about the gameplay of Left 4 Dead. And the reason I'm talking about the gameplay before we talk about the actual maps and story is that the gameplay is kind of the same across all the maps. And while for many video games that's usually a downside, for a game like Left 4 Dead, where the main design goal was replayability across just a few maps, they nailed it. And one of the key parts of that, and arguably the central part of it, is the infected.
I'll see peace back on Earth if I gotta murder every one of these bastards with my bare goddamn hands.
Left 4 Dead's infected come in a few variants. The most common you will encounter is conveniently named the Common Infected. Common Infected are seemingly the, as the name implies, most common mutation of the virus. The virus, as we eventually find out through graffiti left by other survivors, was called the Green Flu. This don't look like a flu to me. But one thing I really like about the Common Infected, and this is even expanded further into the second Left 4 Dead game, is that their appearance actually changes based on where you are. For example, in No Mercy, as we're down in the streets, we'll find a lot of infected cops. Then, for example, in the map Blood Harvest, which takes place mostly in the woods, you never see a zombie wearing a suit and tie. But in the map Dead Air, when you enter an office building, almost every male zombie down there is wearing a suit and tie because you're in an office building. Common Infected's appearance changes based on the level, and this is something I feel a lot of zombie games kind of forget, or at least back in the day they kind of forgot. But I'd argue that just what a zombie is wearing tells you so much. When you're playing through No Mercy and you find a zombified army soldier inside of an apartment, that tells you a lot about the outbreak. This soldier I killed in one shotgun blast. Why was he here? How did he get infected? Why did he go into this apartment? Was he trying to save people? Did he just wander in here after being zombified for so long? But not only that, but the common infected sound effects. Oh my god. The common infected were, from what research I could gather, voiced by 3 particular voice actors, but most of the sound effects were provided by Mike Patton, which I do. How do you do that with your voice? Hold on. This is me auditioning for being the common infected in Left 4 Dead 3. Thank you, Valve. I'd love to work with y'all. That actually hurt my throat. I need a drink. But Left 4 Dead, if it was just the common infected, would get boring as hell. And this isn't like No More Room in Hell, where the basic zombies are pretty complex. The common infected died to almost any gun in one shot. And this is where the special infected come in, and I feel like a lot of people miss the point with special infected. I know that makes me sound like I'm cocky and know what Valve's inner workings are, but let me explain. From what research I could gather, every special infected, especially the new ones introduced in the sequel, are designed to be a counter to something. Something that the common infected cannot do. So let's go ahead and look at all the special infected and explain how exactly they are there to counter the player and improve the common infected. The Hunter.
I heard that.
You guys have to be somewhat accurate, fucking please! Get on the truck! Get on the fucking truck!
This one zombie kept fucking up my aim. Golly.
The Hunter has the appearance of a jogger, wearing a hoodie, and he appears to have managed to survive the outbreak a little bit before turning. His hoodie is visibly covered in bandages and wrapping, showing that he was at least trying to keep his hoodie in one piece before turning. Sometimes, when you're dealing with big hordes of zombies, honestly, the Hunter can kind of blend in. A big thing with Left 4 Dead's infected that helps to set them apart from the survivors is that they're kind of desaturated. What I mean by that is, when you put the survivors under a spotlight, they shine. The glow of their outfits is easily visible, and their skin shines like normal skin. The infected are all pale, and if they're darker skinned, then they're still very pale for being darker skinned, and overall are just very colorless. And the Hunter, with his very, very desaturated hoodie, often can blend into the crowd. However, when you hear this, you know that's not a common infected.
Insert the FNAF Foxy jump scare.
The Hunter's main gimmick is that he will pounce onto a survivor, and upon doing so, will just start clawing at them. And if not taken off in time, he can kill your teammate. You can get rid of him by either doing the obvious, shooting the Hunter, or you can even shove him. The Hunter himself is able to leap long distances, which brings up more questions about the green flu than it does answers. As we will seem to understand with the later mutations, it seems like this virus just takes a part of you and cranks it to 11. So a common theory is that the Hunter is the result of the green flu possibly mutating his leg muscles. Him being a jogger, often hinted at by survivor dialogue, seems to hint that the virus basically took his already very strong leg muscles and cranked them so powerful he can leap like 30 feet. Also, another fun fact about the Hunter is that if you look at his eyes, he has none. This implies either he lost his eyes when becoming infected, or, judging by the fact he has claws that are sharp enough to gut a survivor, it's assumed he clawed his eyes out. Possibly meaning that the growls and screams we hear aren't him trying to intimidate the survivor, but him using echolocation to try to find his way around. The hunter is ultimately a zombie that punishes you for getting too far away from the group. Should you stick together, he is not a threat. If he pounces on your friend, just shoot the thing off him. As simple as that. But if your friend decides to rush ahead and they're a few streets down or a few alleyways down, the hunter might kill them before you can reach them to save them. So this zombie goes ahead and helps to discourage survivors just rushing ahead to the end of the map and leaving their team to die, which is unfortunately an issue I have felt in the game No More Room in Hell. As much as I love that zombie game, one guy who already knows the map's objectives and goals can just speedrun it and leave everyone else to die. I'm just saying, if No More Room in Hell introduced one mutant zombie and it was just a zombie that targets the furthest survivor, I wouldn't complain. Now, with the infected, they all have one thing in common. Just shoot it the second you see it. If you see something move, put a bullet in it. Well, that's where the boomer counters that. My
fucking ribs, all my intestines.
My freedoms. There's a hunter around here.
Oh my god.
The concept behind the boomer is to break the rule of shoot anything that moves. You see, as I described earlier, the boomer essentially serves as what I like to call catnip zombie. Something within the boomer and the mutation caused by the green flu gives him this bile in his stomach. What it is, I don't know, but the bile itself just drives the zombies crazy and makes them target whoever is covered in it. You could be in a completely dead area with no zombies, but if a boomer gets his bile on you, a horde will spawn. And if there's already zombies in the room, those zombies on top of a freshly spawned horde created by the boomer covering you in bile will appear. So the obvious answer is just, okay, don't let it puke on you, whatever. Well, when this thing dies, it's called boomer for a reason. Boomer! The boomer's appearance is rather interesting. The boomer is visually a fat, bloated zombie, with what appears to be boils or tumors covering him. Some of these tumors covering his chin and his one eye. And the most disgusting tumor appears to be located in his belly button, which is seemingly tearing open his stomach and causing blood and goo to gush out of his belly button. Valve is like painfully good at making disgusting gore. And all of his sound effects are just... they're just burps. Which makes it sound like his body is primed and ready to puke onto survivors. And another thing about his appearance I find of note that's interesting is that it appears that he wasn't always this fat prior to the infection. It appears that his shirt was possibly meant to fit him prior to the infection. Maybe he didn't have a shirt that hung real low, but I mean, maybe he had a shirt that just kinda showed his stomach, but his appearance makes it look like he's wearing a shirt like 2 sizes too small. Which leads me to believe that this shirt kinda did fit him prior to infection, but upon turning, it's just barely able to fit. The boomer is, gameplay-wise, the weakest special infected, nearly having the health of the default zombies. However, his ability to summon a horde easily counters this. And not only does the bile cover you and make zombies target you specifically, it also blinds you, not only leaving you unable to see what infected are attacking you, but it also can cause you to do friendly fire. Now, if you're playing on easy, friendly fire doesn't do anything but make the survivor say, hey, you're shooting me. But playing on anything on normal or higher, friendly fire does hurt your team. So if you have a full auto shotgun and all you can see is things moving, you might just pump 10 shells into your friend and down them, thinking they were a common infected in your moment of confusion and terror. Now, while in modern zombie games, the idea of an exploding zombie is a dead horse. But when Left 4 Dead came out, this was a newer concept. And same with the Hunter, a zombie that can leap 30 feet and then jump onto you. That was not really heard of. Now, I'm sure somebody in the comments can point out that this game that came out in 2002 or something had a zombie that blew up, but the Left 4 Dead games were the ones to popularize such designs. So that is the Boomer, a zombie to encourage you to not just go in guns blazing. Now, what's one thing us gamers never do? Aside from respecting minorities and respecting women and respecting just people in general, and look up. In video games, it's pretty hard to try to convince the player to look straight up unless you have a bright light there or literally just a mission marker saying to go there. Well, Left 4 Dead makes you look up by having the smoker.
Hey, welcome to the bar.
I don't know.
Oh, bro. Oh, can I get a?
You want that one?
Number 9. Can I get a?
Number 9 large.
Can I get a?
Oh shit! The smoker to me is probably the most bizarre and strange mutation in all of Left 4 Dead 1. It is, as its name implies, covered in smoke, with a cloud of spores often following it, which gameplay-wise is meant to help you spot it when it runs around on rooftops. The smoker will also make its presence known by the fact that it coughs like a smoker. His body is covered in these warts or tumors or growths. The smoker, just like the Boomer, only has one eye available, but he doesn't even have the luxury of having a nose. All he has is his mouth, and said mouth has his intestines hanging out of him. And this just makes the sounds he makes even more disgusting. Not only is he coughing because he's emitting literal smoke or spores, but he's also coughing because he can't breathe out of his nose, and the one place where he could breathe, his mouth, has his guts hanging out. And the smoker is also the tallest of any of the mutant zombies, even taller than the goddamn tank. The smoker's main purpose in Left 4 Dead is to encourage you to watch the rooftops and also watch your back. If the smoker manages to grab one of your friends, they will drag them away with their intestines, drag them over to the smoker, and depending on where the smoker is, either leave them hanging or proceed to beat them. Now, when on his own, the smoker can be easily heard because when spawning a survivor, he'll make his presence known. However, should you be in a chaotic fight, or you're in the woods and can't really see where he is, then he can in fact probably grab you and pull you away for a moment. However, there's multiple ways to rescue your partner. You can obviously shoot the smoker, but assuming the smoker is a bit too far away or an angle you can't reach, you can shove your teammate, which will then seemingly break the tongue and allow your teammate to be free. And what I find disturbing about the smoker is that if he misses to grab a survivor with his intestines, or you break the intestines holding your partner, then after a moment, he can just do it again. Which leaves me to think that the virus seemingly increased the size of his intestines or gave him some strange regenerative property. However, it also should be noted that the human body has about 25 feet worth of intestines inside of it, so it might just be him using those other God, the smoker's disgusting. Why does nobody talk about the actual fucking body horror in this game? Like, this shit is actually disturbing. Now, the part of the smoker that confuses me and many is why it has the name it has. Smoker. What exactly in the green flu not only seemingly mutated its entrails, but also gave it this smoke that emits from its own body? Now, the common theory as to how the smoker emits smoke is that it's because in his past life, as his name implies, he was a smoker. And somehow, in some way, the virus took all of the smoke that he has inhaled and is basically making it exit his body. And maybe the cigarette smoke and cancer caused by smoking, combined with the zombie virus, created a mutation giving him his mutated intestines. It could also explain how he got his tumors. Perhaps the infection took the cancer from smoking and made it cover his whole body and not just his lungs. However, it still is a little hard to explain the actual smoke aspect of the smoker. It is a part of the mutation that I still to this day do not understand how it could happen. This is why, in my opinion, he is probably the strangest and creepiest mutation, because how does a zombie virus make you become a walking cloud? By the way, something I feel like people don't point out about the smoker's smoke cloud is that when you are in the smoke cloud, your characters cannot use any voice lines. Which means if there is a boomer outside of the smoke cloud, your survivor is going to be too busy coughing up his lungs to warn the team that there is a boomer. I feel like it's a small little aspect about the smoker no one points out that is actually really scary and makes him a lot more deadly as a foe. The smoker is meant to be a zombie that encourages you to go ahead and watch your back and keep an eye out on rooftops and higher up spaces for infected. Because, let's be honest, in the average zombie game, rooftops mean nothing. You're just dealing with the zombies on the ground. But with the smoker, and to an extent the hunter, although a lot of the times in single player the hunter isn't on rooftops, they serve as a way to encourage the player to keep an eye in the sky. And not only that, but the smoker overall does kind of encourage one of your teammates to have a sniper rifle, because that is the smoker's weakness, is a well-placed headshot. However, if your teammate has a shotgun, the most they can do is just avoid them or pray that somebody has a gun that's a bit more accurate. Now looking at all the special infected, it's a bit of a sausage party. Where's the female representation, Valve? Where's the female... The Witch is the only female mutant infected in Left 4 Dead 1, and is also probably the most terrifying. The Witch initially just looks like a woman crying, and a first-time player, if they skip the intro cutscene, might actually think it's just a random survivor. But going up to her, you see her eyes are glowing red, and her fingers are the length of a small child. The Witch to me is very interesting lore-wise because she shows a sign of humanity. And there's only one other zombie, which appears in the sequel, that shows a sign of humanity. She can cry. She can sob. Most special infected just make grunts and gurgles and moans. And her crying is very much human sounding, with things like little hiccups and trying to catch her breath being audible. Which has led to many people theorizing she's sort of a half-zombie. There is a human somewhere in the Witch, but the green flu is way stronger than her will to fight. The Witch's appearance is just also depressing. It's just a woman in nothing but her underwear, implying that when she was turned into a zombie, it was when she was the most vulnerable, probably somewhere in the comfort of her home. The main reason that the Witch was designed was to actually counter something that Valve realized. In this game, you have a flashlight, and you could turn it on or off. Well, with how dark the levels are, why would you ever turn it off? You may as well just keep it on the entire campaign. Well, the Witch does not like light. You shine your flashlight on her, she will turn her head, and if you keep doing it, and don't stop, she'll get up and chase after you. And the Witch's claws are so powerful, one claw attack instantly puts you on the ground in need of revival. Keep in mind, it takes like 50 common infected to take you down. It takes one swing with her. Now, should she kill the survivor, or the survivor is in an inaccessible spot, she will then become distraught, letting out these screams of what sounds like both anger and sadness, before then running away and despawning. What's interesting is, in this state, she looks around for a second like her humanity just suddenly came back. The Witch is a terrifying zombie. However, there is a thing in the Left 4 Dead community called crowning the Witch.
From like the actual series? Yes.
Nagito.
Oh.
Oh
There
no!
we go.
You're always in home.
You see, in-game, shotguns deal per shot 1,000 damage. However, this is spread out across multiple shotgun pellets. If every pellet were to hit one target, that would deal 1,000 damage. The Witch's health is 1,000. And so a common tactic is to let the witch get a little bit angry, having her back be slightly raised, before then firing a shot into her back, with every pellet entering her back, killing her in one shotgun blast. It requires right timing, it requires you know what you're doing, it requires that you have a shotgun that you're familiar with. But should you become an expert at it, you can just delete any witch in your way. Another way to deal with the witch is to light her on fire, which will cause her to stumble around just a little bit slower than if she wasn't on fire, but should she get you, she will still claw you and try to kill you. Another thing of note I want to throw in real quick, because I forgot to mention it, is that gunshots will actually also alert the witch. So let's assume you're somewhere near a witch, and a horde spawns in. Do not fight the horde near the witch, because hearing your gunfire will cause her to get angry and then go after whoever made her angry. And another note is that if a player is blocking the witch from reaching her target, then the witch will actually attack the player who is blocking her, which means you can't just body block the witch from getting to her target. She is determined and will try to get to her target. The witch is a scary zombie, and probably the zombie most people leave Left 4 Dead remembering. But I think I also know what the other one might be.
Weapons here.
Is there ammo here?
I have an explosive.
I have a fire. Yeah, there's a fucking tank.
But yeah, I think the outros would just be funny moments. That'd be funny.
Where the fuck am... No, oh my god. Everything that could go wrong is fucking going... The tank is a boss zombie, appearing during level finales and sometimes can be randomly encountered in a level. And when he is, it is a terrifying experience. Left 4 Dead is usually all about trying to handle hordes, having your teammates shoot different parts of the horde. But when a tank shows up, everyone's gun needs to be pointed at it. It is slow, it is bulky, it can eat an army's worth of ammunition to die. And in Left 4 Dead 1, specifically Left 4 Dead 1 for some strange reason, they got rid of this in the second game for a reason I do not understand. If you use a Molotov on the tank, he'll move even faster, implying that when you lit him on fire, he got so angry that he is just 100% focused now. So the obvious answer is just keep your distance, right? You did see the intro cutscene, correct? If you're in a level in a forest, look out for fallen trees. If you're in a level in a city, look out for cars, because he can fling them at you. Okay, well just stay somewhere where he can't do that. Well, don't worry, he has another attack where he can pick up the ground and throw it at you. With the exception of the smoker, I think the tank is the most disgusting looking mutation. This is a person who had their arm muscles disgustingly disfigured and mutated. On his chest is some sort of wound or bullet hole from another fight. His jaw has been crushed by the weight of his own muscles. Due to him basically having to use his knuckles to walk, they are bloodied and red and covered in scabs. And overall, his own existence sounds painful. His ambient noises just sound like he's in agony. By the way, fun fact, he was voiced by the same guy who voice acts the Hulk in some of the old Marvel cartoons. The tank is terrifying. You see him, you need to change your priorities and focus on him right then and there. You need to basically do as they say in the intro.
Run or shoot. Run or shoot! Whoa!
But with that, that is all of Left 4 Dead zombie types covered. However, we also need to talk about the guns you use to take down these infected.
If it shoots bullets, I'll take it.
By default in Left 4 Dead, you have a pistol with infinite ammo. If you're able to, you can find an extra pistol and actually dual-wield pistols. The infinite ammo of the pistol makes it a very useful sidearm even if you have an M16 in your hands. Because sure, you have an M16 and it can shred a horde, but if you run out of ammo, you're gonna need a backup. And speaking of those guns, each Left 4 Dead campaign starts out with the survivors having access to two main weapons, a SMG and a shotgun. Along with this, in each intro and in each safe house is 4 medkits, one for each survivor. Medkits will help to heal about 50 HP, and the main reason you want a medkit is because the only other alternative to healing is pain pills. And much like in real life, if you try using pain pills to deal with the beating that you got from a smoker, it's gonna help for a little bit. Pain pills do provide healing. However, this health that you gain is only temporary, marked by it being a very different appearance to your normal health. Meaning that as time goes on, the health that you got from the pill will slowly and slowly deteriorate, which means it's basically only there to help you until you get a medkit. The Left 4 Dead health system functions under the 3 strikes, you're out rule. As your HP gets lower, you'll start to move slower, which encourages you to heal because since you're walking slower, it's going to be a bit harder for you and your team to keep up with each other. If you take too much damage, you'll go down, and if you're not revived while down, you'll die. But if you're revived once, you'll enter a sort of weak phase, where unless you use a medkit, your HP is permanently stuck at a constant state of temporary health. And if you go down again and get back up again, you will now enter the 3rd stage, where your vision is black and white, you can hear the character's heart beating, and if you go down again like that, you die. Now, dying doesn't mean you can't play for the rest of the campaign. You'll respawn when players reach the next safe house, but if the map itself is super duper long, then the game counters this by having what's nicknamed respawn closets. Basically, all those little cubbies in the map that could store possible items, if there's no item in them and a player is dead, will instead spawn the player in there, with the survivor character in it yelling to get out. Now, narratively, I have absolutely no idea how this works. I don't know if the person who's in the closet is a brand new survivor, if it's the same survivor who off-screen crawled in there and then got stuck after they, resuscitated themselves back to life. I don't understand. It is, one of the few things in this game that is purely gameplay over narrative. And as you travel throughout each level, you will find 2 different types of grenades: pipe bombs and Molotovs. These 2 weapons have 2 very different purposes, but are very useful. The pipe bomb will help to distract hordes, keeping them at bay and keeping them away from you. However, it will not distract special infected, which this itself also implies narratively special infected are a tad bit smarter and possibly have a bit more humanity. They are a great way to deal with hordes if you just don't have the time or you just need to get rid of some zombies in a giant open area. And then you have the Molotov, which instead of distracting the horde is good at keeping them at bay. The Molotov, when thrown down, will create a giant area of fire and burn and instantly kill any common infected, and then set special infected on fire, which will then slowly kill them, but not as fast as a common would die to fire. And as mentioned earlier, should a tank get lit on fire by a Molotov, he gets a fucking speed boost. The Molotov is good for horde situations or holdout segments, where you have to wait for something to open or wait for rescue. Now, assuming you're not able to find a pipe bomb or Molotov, you can scavenge the levels for improvised explosives. You can find propane tanks, which when shot can blow up a horde. You can find gas canisters that when shot will create an effect similar to that of a Molotov. And in a few rare spots, you can find seemingly oxygen canisters, which when shot will let out a squeal before popping and exploding. You often find the oxygen canisters in ambulances throughout the game, and they are very common in the hospital level of No Mercy. But these improvised items, when held, will not allow you to shoot your gun. You can still shove, but should you need to shoot a horde, you'll have to drop the explosive, shoot the horde, and then pick it back up. And now with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about the big guns. And as you play, either randomly found in some of the later safe houses and always in the finale segments, you can find auto shotguns, hunting rifles, and M16s. They are the 3 best guns in the game and each have their own trade-offs and bonuses. The M16 has an amazing fire rate. It can shred a horde, but isn't the most damage-dealing gun. The shotgun, while packing a punch and is also a full auto shotgun, only can shoot 10 shells before you have to individually reload every single shell. And the sniper rifle, while amazing when in the hands of a good aiming player and can absolutely shred special infected with its headshots, it's a sniper rifle with the fire rate of a sniper rifle. If the common infected horde gets behind you, you're kinda fucked. So a good idea is often to have at least one person wield a sniper rifle, 1 to 2 people using a shotgun or M16, and at least one person using whatever the other 2 aren't, allowing you to have a person cover long range, medium range, and close range, and then a 4th person can just cover whatever. Because everybody can use a shotgun, but then should a smoker be out there, it's going to be a little hard to aim with the full auto shotgun at the smoker unless you want to whip out your pistol. And the pistol, as mentioned earlier, doesn't have the highest damage. And an extra weapon that you can find, although you can't sadly grab it, is a stationed gun. Usually located in finales and other areas about holding out hordes, you're able to find automated guns that can be shot and shred the hordes. However, when using it, you can only rotate it so far, and you are completely defenseless against zombies that get behind you and start attacking you as you're manning it. That, and if fired for too long, the gun will overheat. After it overheats, you have to wait a few seconds for it to cool down. If there is one thing I can criticize Left 4 Dead 2 on, I think, it's that I kinda wish that they had more of these stationary guns. Because in Left 4 Dead 1, there is at least 1 or 2 of these per map, and it's usually really fun to use these and try to gun down the horde. But in Left 4 Dead 2, these guns show up like twice. They show up so little that they aren't even really of note. And along with this, located in every safe room, sometimes before horde events, and sometimes just randomly throughout levels, you can find piles of ammo. These are your main way of refilling your gun's ammunition. They are able to be used infinitely. They are used to go ahead and make sure that during finales you don't go dry, and in safe houses they help make sure you're stocked up for whatever lies ahead. Also, I found it funny that the ammo comes in 2 models. You have a version that has a bunch of clips and stray bullets and a bucket full of bullets, and then another model which is just a pile of various ammo types. But usually the latter one is the one that's often used. And something I like about the weapons, and to an extension also how the infected work, is the director system. You see, prior to the invention of shit like Fortnite and pretty much every modern multiplayer game now, people actually made games playable for the average Joe. What I mean by that is you could just boot up a game after a rough day at work and just unwind. And to me, Left 4 Dead 2 is the golden standard of what I would call casual gaming. A game you can just boot up and have fun with because you want to have fun. And the director system is mainly the key reason behind this. The game's director system will take notes about how things are going. It'll notice that, for example, maybe you and your team are all in yellow health and you're not doing too good. So it'll pull back a bit on spawning in hordes and tanks. And it'll maybe spawn in some pain pills and medkits in the corners of maps and encourage you to go explore. But if it notices that your team is just shredding the zombies and getting through the map real quick, it'll decide, alright, I think they can handle a horde, maybe even a tank and a random witch spawn too. Because of this director system, combined with how the infected work, combined with how the weapons work, it creates this beautiful blend of what I like to call Left 4 Dead, a game that tries to adapt to how you are playing to make sure that you have what most games should focus on: fun. Take note, AAA devs. But now that we have talked about the gameplay, and the weapons, and the infected, it's time that we finally actually look at the levels and story of Left 4 Dead. And I figure we'll go ahead and start it at where it all begins: No Mercy.
To anyone who can hear this, proceed to Mercy Hospital for evacuation. Repeat, proceed to Mercy Hospital for evacuation.
The subway can take us straight to Mercy Hospital.
Might not be a bad idea to get off the street.
As the map starts, we hear a person in a news chopper yell that everyone should go to Mercy Hospital, and the characters point out that the subway system is probably the fastest way to go there. Now, if you're observant, you'll notice that this rooftop is exactly where the intro cutscene to Left 4 Dead 1 ended, and you'd be right. That is exactly what this map is trying to show us, that right after all that, the news chopper showed up, and the survivors have decided that now they'll go ahead and try to get to the subway system. On the rooftop is a dead body. Next to this body is some conveniently placed guns and an ammo pile. The guns themselves are placed on a door, which the door itself is placed on some boxes. And when heading down into the actual apartment building we're on, it seems like the door that led into the rooftop was yanked off and put up here. The rooftop itself, if you try to jump down, will introduce you very quickly to how this game handles falling. You will just hang on for dear life, and if your teammate doesn't pick you up in time, you will fall to your death. It works pretty much identically to being downed by the infected, with the exception of you can't defend yourself because you're hanging on for dear life. On the rooftop is graffiti saying SOS. This was presumably written by the person on the rooftop that is now dead. Next to this is a table with some paint buckets, the paint used to write the message. In the distance, we can see Mercy Hospital and a bunch of lights on the rooftop moving. implying that the army, or whoever is currently trying to handle this infection, is there and is trying to pick up survivors. There might even still be survivors in the hospital. And as we keep playing, we discover that the people trying to handle the situation is this game's copyright-free take of the CDC, CEDA, the Civil Emergency and Defense Agency. Sorry if y'all can hear my fans in the background, but because it seems like my government side hobby is building AI data centers, it's like 110 degrees outside. Throughout the game, we see flyers and posters made by CEDA about how to handle the infection or how to make a safe room. However, they seem to not exactly know what the hell is going on, just like us. They have posters saying to wear face masks, but I mean, how is a face mask going to protect you from a smoker? Better yet, we don't ever see CEDA seemingly point out the mutations. And in-game, reminder, it's been 2 weeks since the outbreak started. Within those 2 weeks, CEDA has managed to not at all document any of the mutated zombies, which this in of itself implies two things. Either one, the mutations are an ungodly new thing, as in they happened like a day ago, or two, the common infected themselves are so deadly with their numbers that CEDA just never got around to being able to warn people about the mutations. Which, for the average Joe, yeah, having 10 people gang up on you and beat the shit out of you would probably kill you. Throughout basically the entirety of Left 4 Dead, we never see CEDA actively trying to fix things. We only see their failed attempts at it. Which, can I just say, after surviving 2020, 6 years ago, the face mask poster rings a whole new different tone to me. But CEDA's lack of knowing about the mutations and seemingly blissfulness to how deadly the outbreak is can imply one of two things here. Either A, they are just genuinely uninformed and do not know about how truly deadly this virus is, or two, and put on your tinfoil hat for this, they're trying to cover it up. I mean, think about it. Look at what this thing does. And the virus is called the green flu. The green flu. This is not a goddamn flu. Maybe it spreads like one, but it sure as shit does not act like one. So perhaps in an attempt to make people think everything's fine, everything is calm, they put up these posters just saying, hey, remember to wash your hands, put on a face mask, try to hide somewhere underground until things get better. When really, they probably should have said something along the lines of, no matter how human her cries are, do not let her in. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back to actually talking about the map. Heading down through the apartment building, we very quickly see that it is full of zombies. These were once the homes of families, of mothers and fathers, of friends, of roommates, now all turned presumably into zombies, and if not zombies, the dead bodies that we see litter the halls. And real quick, speaking of children and parents, we never actually see kids or zombie kids in Left 4 Dead. Zombie children in zombie media is kind of controversial because it's debated whether showing a child dying or a child with half their skin missing is a bad or good thing. Left 4 Dead, we never see zombie children. We maybe find the remains of like a baby crib in a room, but never a dead baby. It's kind of just assumed the green flu is so deadly that it just kills children because of how deadly it is to their immune system. The apartments are very clearly in a state of disarray. Trash lining the walls, lights flickering, barricades made up of tables just shoved somewhere last minute. And I don't know why, but this one room that has a dead woman who is sleeping on her bed always unnerved me, and still does to this day. Something about the sight of a woman who died in her sleep, maybe peacefully. Maybe the green flu got her, and her immune system couldn't handle it, so she just died in her own sleep. It kinda leaves you jealous. Everybody else became common infected, but her immune system was so dogshit, she just got to die in her sleep and didn't have to deal with becoming a witch or something. But at the same time, it's depressing because it looks like she was just trying to enjoy her day, and the green flu got to her, or a zombie killed her in her sleep. But compared to most corpses that we see throughout the game, she definitely appears to be more at peace than other ones. Eventually, we find an apartment which has a hole in a wall and a blood trail leading into a closet. Said closet most likely holding supplies when you go to look in there. Heading further in, we see an apartment that has had its floor completely cave in, leaving rubble right in the middle of this person's apartment who may have died under the rubble and we just can't find the body. Now as you're going through here, you'll most likely find zombified soldiers, and it leaves you to wonder, how did they get into the apartment? While heading through the building, we find a crashed Humvee inside of the building, and it just shows you right here and there the army is not handling this very well either. Something I want to make apparent, because in the Left 4 Dead comics this will become very, very important to understand, is that the military and CETA are two different factions that, for a time, work together. Also, something I've always liked about the apartment that has the caved-in roof, or floor if you're on the floor above them, is that often a boomer or zombie will hear you shooting through the wall next to them and will then burst that wall open. Left 4 Dead has various areas where the walls can be busted open by common or special infected, acting as a way to kind of jump scare you and surprise you. But also, depending on where this is located, this can then become a double-edged sword, as it gives you a way to traverse through the area a bit better. But it also gives the infected a way to reach you faster. We eventually go ahead and get into the alleyways, and we can see where the stairway had fallen in the intro, now serving as a way to block one of our paths. So we go ahead and go forward, passing by a barrel with a fire in it that was presumably lit by some long-gone survivor. Leaving the alleyways, we find a police car with its lights still on, which this right here is a detail I think a lot of people miss when it comes to a lot of zombie media and car headlights being a guidance. Leaving your car on, with its headlights, often will kill it in a few hours. This cop car has not even been here a day. Through the city, we have 3 different paths. We can cut through a warehouse, an office building, or just straight through the streets. Now, depending on if there's a horde, if there's special infected, if there's even a tank spawn, you might want to change your path. But also, if you're low on supplies, it might be a good idea to go ahead and check the office building or the warehouse and see what you can find. And then, in front of the subway is an alarmed car, which, if I can criticize Left 4 Dead 2 again, it's that I feel like Left 4 Dead 1 utilizes these way more. With the exception of one part in Left 4 Dead 2, and if you've played, you know what area I'm talking about, the car alarms in Left 4 Dead 2 don't really appear that often. Car alarms themselves are deadly because if you shoot an infected in front of it, there's a chance one of your bullets will hit or miss or penetrate through the zombie, and then will hit the car and trigger its alarm, spawning a horde. But not only that, but a well-positioned smoker or well-positioned boomer can kind of trick you into shooting at them, and then one of your bullets strays off the path for a second and hits the car. Car alarms in Left 4 Dead are kind of deadly on higher difficulties, and are something to genuinely be concerned about. However, if there's one criticism I can give both of these games, it's that car alarms always spawn in the same location. Now, when playing the versus game mode, this is actually okay because it means you can always know kind of where to strategize, to kind of position yourself, to maybe pull a survivor in, or to trick them to shoot the car. But in campaign play, it does become a little boring knowing that that one car is always going to be the one with an alarm on it. Plus, the game will always pop up a warning, don't shoot this car. And also, the cars that have alarms are always orange and always have flashing lights. Now, the last part makes sense. In video games, you have to convey things well for players to understand. But them being in the same spot does get rid of this feeling of wanting to keep an eye out for orange cars or cars with flashing lights. If there was just one thing I wish that Left 4 Dead 3, if it ever was invented in 100 years, would do, it would be to have randomized alarmed cars. But eventually, we go ahead and make it into the subway. The subway being in a complete state of disarray with debris blocking the further parts down. So instead, we cut through a hole in the wall and get into the game's very first safe room. This map is small, is very tiny, but conveys a lot of info about the world and its state. The outbreak is relatively new. It's been less than 1 month, and this is already the state of the world. Destroyed buildings, bodies littering hallways, cop cars active, but no cops there to try to save the day. The army, who you'd think would be the one being able to help handle the situation, is just zombies that walk around the place, and their vehicles are crashed into buildings. But luckily, there is that light at the end of the tunnel. The hospital. Which, if true, the helicopter saying that there's rescue there, will hopefully get us to freedom. Ignore the fact there's like 5 more maps, alright? Just ignore that part. But entering the safe room, we go ahead and start the second level, the subway. Something I will be doing in every single safe room is pointing out the graffiti. Because without a person over a radio telling us what's going on, Left 4 Dead has to rely on environmental storytelling to tell us what's going on. For example, the CETA posters and crashed army vehicle. And in every single safe room is graffiti left by survivors presumably before us or that have passed through here. Which also goes to show us that these places have been getting used a lot. Maybe the survivors left the safe house to go rescue their friends. Maybe they left the safe house because they couldn't stay there for long. But whatever it is, people went through here, left some sort of message for friends or loved ones, then went back out and presumably never came back. But the graffiti left by these people reads as follows. None of you will survive. Radio is saying Fairfield has been quarantined. Entire city is gone. If you can read this, leave. Keith, waited 3 days at the meeting spot after we got separated. I can't wait anymore. Meet me at Mercy Hospital. Krista. Sarah, Jen is fine. Meet us at Riverside. Aaron, no cure. Overrun. Fairfield is the name of the city that we are in inside of the No Mercy campaign. It would also appear that Mercy Hospital is pretty much the only place that we can go that is seemingly not overrun, which could mean bad things, actually. If everybody is going to the hospital, is there even going to be room for us to get in? And God forbid somebody goes in there while they're already infected. And then there's that mention of a place called Riverside, which, for the time being, we do not know where that is, but we will end up going there later in Left 4 Dead 1. Heading through the subway, we can see that it's pretty much in the same state of disarray as the apartments, if not worse. 2 weeks of no maintenance and probably a few tanks walking through here has caused floors to cave in, debris to pile up, and now it's just a place for the infected to rest when they're not busy trying to infect other people. And speaking of the infected infecting people, we never actually in-game see them bite people like you would with a normal zombie. But in the comics, we see them bite people all the time. Now, for gameplay reasons, it's probably so that way you don't lose all your health when one common gets to you. This isn't No More Room in Hell after all. But it does show that these people aren't craving flesh like the average zombie, but are seemingly just angry. It leads to me personally thinking that maybe the infected are a bit more human than we think. I mean, hell, sometimes it sounds like they're crying while they're idle. I personally think the infected are mainly just attacking us because either A, the virus is making them, or 2, they're so easily irritable that us so much as walking near them causes them to maybe get a massive headache or something and they just charge at us to stop it. Maybe that's why they go ahead and try to kick pipe bombs whenever you throw them, because they're trying to stop the noise. One of the idle animations for common infected is them grabbing their head in pain. So, I personally always have believed that the common infected are people with such severe headaches or pain that just anything that isn't the silence upsets them. Through the subway, we see what appears to be other people that tried to do what we did, make it to Mercy Hospital, but failed miserably. Dozens and dozens and dozens of bodies line the subway, with dead cops sitting in the middle. Trains have been derailed, probably because of conductors being infected and messing with the controls. And a part that has always scared me and unnerved me, and is a mystery that I to this day do not understand, is that in this one segment, there is a very, very cleanly dug tunnel. Now, one could say it was perhaps a tank, but do you think a tank is really going to punch a hole through a wall that cleanly? When getting the background footage of me standing still and analyzing things, I was in a VC in my Discord server. You should totally check that out, by the way. Yes, this is a shameless plug. One viewer that was watching this suggested that maybe it is perhaps a mole zombie of sorts. And what they mean by that is a zombie that we do not ever see, which is a strange mutation of sorts that basically allows them to dig tunnels like this. I mean, as we'll see in Left 4 Dead 2, certain survivors never ever met certain zombie types. So perhaps both groups of both games never met the infected type that creates these. Another thing I find of note, and I mainly find it of note because when listening to the director commentary, this one dead body is pointed out. A person is sitting here on the rails next to a table that will likely have some weaponry and spare ammo for you and your team. And the placement of these two things tells a story.
This covered body is an example of how we tell a story in the levels without using any words or overt storytelling. We wanted to show that there are other people in the world that are survivors like you. We figured most people wouldn't survive very long, and you'd come across their bodies, but we needed a way to set these apart from all the dead ragdolls of the common infected. By simply covering a body with a blanket or a sheet, it becomes really obvious that this guy had a buddy, a friend, and when he went down, his friend had compassion and covered him up. This also tells a story about the state of the world, that they wouldn't want to go out and bury the body. They couldn't expose themselves to infected. So they'd have the bodies right there with them, but covered. Sometimes you'll see a covered body right outside a checkpoint. So it's like they were in a safe area, and maybe during the night their buddy died from his wounds. So the next morning, the other survivors didn't really want the body in there with them, so they dragged it outside. This was the best they could do for the guy.
Further through the subway, we go ahead and go under through a maintenance area, and as we go through, we find a turbine room, presumably the room powering a majority of this building. And here, we encounter one of the game's first required horde events. You see, Left 4 Dead 1 has these holdout segments, where you will activate something that makes a noise, and upon doing so, a very large horde will appear. Now, 99% of the time, these make sense. In the next chapter, there's going to be one that doesn't make sense. But, for example, here, turning on the power to a building, yeah, that's going to make some noise. And like I was saying earlier, the common infected seem very easily irritated, which makes me think that them hearing a building turn on is them hearing a firework go off. Luckily, though, it looks like the army tried to hold out in here, with a minigun behind some objects conveniently just placed there for us to go ahead and use. However, don't think you're safe just hiding in this little cubby, because right behind you is a room with a hole in the floor, and a well-placed smoker could pull your teammate down and they have to circle all the way back up. And during that time, they might encounter a hunter or a boomer and get screwed over. God, making this video is making me actually realize how beautifully designed this game is, holy shit. But eventually, after staking out the horde, and the door opening enough for us to go under, we are able to go ahead and leave this building. We now find ourselves in an office space, and along with that is a gun case, which will usually contain Tier 2 weapons. But heading out into the streets, we see the helicopter come back and give us yet another warning, reminding us where we're going. With this, we can go ahead and travel across to the pawn shop, and there, alongside a alarm car, is the safe house for this level. Next up is Chapter 3, and here we go ahead and get some more graffiti to go ahead and read. Nobody is coming to save us. They are going to bomb the city. Get out. Heather, ignore the plan. Airport is quarantined. Meet me at Mom's. Rick. They can talk. To Helen Lane. Dad and me love you, and we are alright. Will. Andrew Hale. Danny and I love you. Nobody is going to save us. Now, something of note, which is rather interesting, is that there is a safety checklist that is made by CETA. Basically a guide on how to make a safe room. And they mentioned securing a room with plastic sheeting and duct tape. But isn't this just a flu? And as the survivor writes, isn't this, like, not airborne? So why in the hell is CETA telling us to treat it like it's airborne? Unless it is, but I mean, if it's airborne, how are we alive? But now, stocking up in the safe room, we go ahead and head out into the alleyways. And here we can take two paths, which can give us some loot depending on where we go. We go ahead and cut through a burger tank, which we actually could see the sign for in the level earlier, and now we're inside the burger tank proper. But now, with the zombie outbreak being here, there's nobody there to run the kitchen. Beyond the burger tank appears to be two different places. A place called Eastern Waterworks, and another place called Hirsch Shipping Co., which is a company that's been around since 1948. And in the very background is Mercy Hospital. We are, in fact, getting just ever so closer. And outside is a gas station, which you can shoot, and if you are next to it, what do you think happens when you're next to a goddamn explosion?
We're made for.
Aiden, move back! Aiden, move back!
Don't do it. Don't do it, Bochi.
I can't breathe!
Bochi, this is what you're here for.
Do it! Do it! Do it, Scalco! Do it! Do it!
Everyone else is telling me to do it, Aiden.
Aiden, you could have gotten away with it, just didn't say anything.
I told you to fucking get back!
Who died?
Now, somehow, this does not summon a horde. If the infected are easily irritated, this would be the equivalent of them hearing a nuke and then deciding, nah, I'm fine. So then we activate a construction lift, and it makes a tiny little squeal, and...
Hurry up!
Look, most horde events in Left 4 Dead make some amount of sense. A loud machine goes off, a siren goes off, a loud bang or clang. There was just a gas station that blew up. But that isn't what summons them?
Originally, the survivor's path forced them through a gas station convenience store and out by these pumps. Due to the path, many players accidentally shot the pumps from close proximity, leading to a premature and seemingly unfair end to their survivor experience. Through a cycle of playtesting and iteration, we ultimately arrived at this layout, which preserved both the life of the player and the spectacle of the gas station detonating.
You could have still made it summon a horde, though. But anyway, with infected climbing over the rooftop of the buildings, we go ahead and get through the shipping building. And through the shipping building, we cut through more alleyways, we go through some stairs, and then discover a body that has been severely mutilated. Only its top half remaining. This is most likely either the work of a tank or a hunter. And then walking past that grisly sight, we then enter the sewers. The sewer has two entrances. One that is mainly designed for versus mode for infected to climb out should somebody spawn in as a tank, and another that's for us to use, which allows us to drop down, stand on some pipes, and snipe away at some zombies. Now, the presence of zombies in here is a lot more telling than I think people realize. You see, in Left 4 Dead 1, infected's models will just have a certain increase during certain things. For example, if you're in the streets, the chances of seeing a zombie cop are increased tenfold. If you're near an army checkpoint, the chance of seeing an army zombie is then increased by tenfold. That is essentially how it works. We just see average Joes down here in the sewer. This implies that the outbreak was so bad, people willingly fled into the sewers to hide. We can find things like lanterns and other dead bodies of normal people just in here. People trying to hide, not realizing that there was already infected down here. And then via a ladder, we go ahead and find ourselves right at the doorstep of Mercy Hospital. And judging by the fact that there's infected right outside, it is not a good early warning sign. And to rub salt into the wound, the evacuation center banner has the words closed written all over it. It looks like Sita unfortunately lost this place. Also, a little detail you might be able to notice if you look up, although this is difficult because 1, you have to look up and gamers are gamers, and 2, there's infected everywhere. You can actually catch the chopper that we've been seeing throughout the campaign flying onto the roof and then flying away, presumably picking up an evac. But we go ahead and enter into the safe room inside the hospital. And inside this safe room is graffiti, but there's one I want to highlight in particular.
John, I'm safe. I got out, and I'm traveling with good people. They are immune too. We are going to find a supermarket and fortify it. We'll hide until the army comes. I love you. XOXO, Sharon.
Now hold up a second. Did she just say that they are immune too? So this puts things a little bit into an interesting perspective. Does this mean that the survivors we play as are immune? Now, obviously, I mean by immune that they are immune to the fist of a tank going into their liver, but that they're immune to the green flu, and that they cannot become zombified. Whoever this Sharon is apparently immune, just like us. But it begs into question, how many more people are immune? By this point in the campaign, our kill count is in the triple digits. And it just leads to the virus being even more confusing. Sita is saying to treat it like it's airborne, but it's not airborne. Sita is saying just to wash your hands and wear a face mask, but I mean, look at this thing. Look at the mutations it causes. The infected aren't exactly biting us, but seemingly are just extremely angry and easily irritated. There's people who are immune, which presumably means that the survivors we're playing as are immune. And if the virus wasn't so bad, then why is the army failing? And you get my point here. Sita doesn't even seem to understand that there are people who are immune, at least as far as we're aware. They have not mentioned anything about that inside their posters. But now that I've highlighted that piece of graffiti, let's go ahead and look at the rest of the graffiti. Mercy Hospital is overrun. Peter waited until Thursday. I couldn't wait any longer. Went to Riverside with others. I'm so sorry. Kate. Domes, got bit bad and feel okay. See you at the airport. Katie.
I killed 63.
77. 86.
104.
109, bitches. 53,595. Lies. Now, throughout this level, and this is something I really like about both Left 4 Dead 1 and especially 2 because they go even further with this, the zombies' appearance changes very much in this level. We're inside a hospital, and throughout this level, a majority of zombies we'll see are now wearing patient gowns. People who likely went to the doctor thinking that they were just ill or had some sort of really bad cold, now turned zombified and thus infected the staff, who also are now infected and trying to kill us too. And all other zombies that we find that aren't wearing hospital gear are probably just people who went to go visit their loved ones. A wife who went to go see her husband while he's sick. A father who wanted to make sure that his son was okay after hearing that he's been sick for a while. And I'd argue the hospital is the second most gory scene in the entirety of Left 4 Dead 1. Bodies lining the walls, blood covering walls and floors. This place is a nightmare. One person who was infected with this virus probably spread it to everybody in the building. But I mean, hey, maybe the upper floors are fine. Well, the more and more we progress through the hospital, the less and less that seems likely. Bodies just cover the halls, basically becoming a second floor. Inside of hospital rooms, we can find dead zombies lying on hospital beds, and it's just looking grim. But heading up, we find ourselves at the ICU department. And in there is one particular site I find of interest. A room that is completely glassed off, and you can only access it if common infected break the walls near it. And it's surrounded by quarantine signs and quarantine tape, and in it is just one dead zombie. While never explicitly stated, it is heavily implied and hinted that this might be Patient Zero, the very first zombie to ever exist. Meaning this hospital was ground zero for the outbreak, which also means that CEDA decided to make one of their evacuation centers ground zero for the outbreak. Either CEDA didn't know this was Patient Zero, or CEDA has the collective IQ of 5. And then here we have another holdout segment where we have to call for an elevator. And calling for the elevator will summon a horde. With the exception of one other area, this is probably my favorite holdout segment and most memorable of Left 4 Dead 1. This map uses the whole breakable wall mechanic, where infected can break walls, to an absolute T. Nearly everywhere around you, the walls can be broken and infected can just flood through. And in Versus mode, it is just such fun. Come on, Wix! Get him! Get them!
I can't spawn anywhere.
You have to stay out of their sight.
There's a spider.
But eventually, with skin on our teeth probably, the elevator arrives, and we go up to floor 28. Do you get it? It's a do you get? And here the survivors will have some sort of scripted dialogue event.
You think one day it's all just gonna go back to normal?
I'll see peace back on Earth if I gotta murder every one of these bastards with my bare goddamn hands.
That's what I'm talking about.
Damn straight.
And if there's one thing I can criticize Left 4 Dead 1 on that Left 4 Dead 2 does excellently, it is having the survivors talk to each other. Now, don't get me wrong, their dialogue does tell us about who they are, the comics give us their backstory, but outside of that, they are a little dull. They aren't boring, but compared to the Left 4 Dead 2 group, they aren't as memorable, I'd say. And I feel like it's mainly just because we never hear them talk to each other. I mean, sure, they'll say, hey, nice shot, or hey, thanks for healing me, but not really a lot else. I mean, usually at the start of some chapters or at the start of some campaigns, survivors will say something to kind of point us, the player, in a direction, like, hey, I heard an evac out north, let's head north. Or, hey, let's go ahead and try to get out of here, maybe we can head through such and such place. Now, that's not to say there isn't any character depth to them at all. For example, when Zoe is healing Bill, she acts very kind and sweet to him, at least way more than she does to Francis and Lewis. Francis and Lewis in their dialogue often butt heads, Francis being a Debbie Downer and Lewis being optimistic. But should Lewis die, Francis will say something along the lines of, he shouldn't have went out like that even if I didn't like him. Lewis, the most calm and optimistic of the group compared to the others, when it's just him and one of the survivor left, he becomes very distressed. Or how, if Francis dies, Bill will say, I'm gonna miss that son of a bitch. Showing that even though him and Francis, as we saw in the intro, may not get along, he still cares about the guy. Overall, the survivors do care about each other, and that is emphasized with their reactions to people dying, reviving your teammate when they're down, but compared to the sequel, there is a lot less depth. The characters are still likable, and I still love the characters of Left 4 Dead 1, but I do think that 2 does a way better job at building them up as characters. After this, on the 28th floor, we find a part of the building that is very much still under construction. And despite it being a place that people shouldn't be, the infected did find their way here. This area is terrifying if you encounter a tank or a well-positioned smoker, because a tank, if they punch you close enough to the edge, you will fly off to your death. And should a boomer explode near you or a smoker pull you at the right angle, you'll be hanging on for dear life. This segment, when Special Infected are introduced, is truly terrifying, and I feel like this area really emphasizes just how much of an impact they have. Without Special Infected, the fear of falling to your death would literally not exist. Falling to your death would be you accidentally holding down one of your keys for too long going a certain direction. But here, with all the Special Infected combined, it truly is a terrifying scenario to be this high up and know that one well-placed tank or smoker or boomer can end it all. Which I feel also helps to heighten the intensity of the fact we're near the rooftop. We are very close to getting to rescue. But also, if we're this close to the roof and there's zombies, is there even an evac left? The graffiti did say the place is overrun, but I mean, is the very, very top of the building, the roof, at least safe? Well, we enter a safe house, and in the final chapter, we'll go ahead and get our answer. In the final safe house is even more graffiti. And the graffiti in here reads as follows. It takes at least 4 days to change. No, it doesn't. 3 days. 2.5 hours. I saw it happen in 5 minutes. Move during the day. They only come out at night. That's vampires, moron. No zombie is safe from Chicago Ted. And for reference, we have no idea who the hell Chicago Ted is, but he has now become a Left 4 Dead meme. This is the final chapter of No Mercy. We have every tier 2 weapon we can think of. We have access to whatever grenade we wish. We have access to medkits, and we are just ready to go ahead and face whatever's out there. Leaving the safe room, we find ourselves in a slightly more finished part of the building. But to say finished is generous. Even the doors to the elevator are seemingly either broken because of infected or weren't properly put in yet. But eventually, going through the elevator shaft, we find ourselves on the rooftop, and the entire place has been overrun. From the bottom floor to the top, there is no survivors left. Just the remains of the army trying to hold out and presumably help people. Meaning that just mere minutes ago, when we saw the helicopter leave the rooftop, the top floor was still somewhat secure. In the time that he flew away and we got to the top of the building, the entire building has fallen. However, there is still a radio that can be operated, and this radio lets us go ahead and talk to the chopper pilot. Here, we can go ahead and contact for help.
You made it. All you need to do is hold on until we get there. But first, you need to prepare. There should be a mounted gun and other supplies to help you hold out. No way I can land unless you are ready. Call me back once you're prepared. News chopper 5 out. Okay, I am on my way. ETA 15 minutes. Just hang in there. News chopper 5 out.
I called the chopper.
This here is probably one of the most famous and loved holdout sections of Left 4 Dead 1. Being on the roof of a building with the city in the distance, hearing the wind and rain and seeing the spot lamps as you wait for rescue is just wonderful. However, what summons the Horde is not exactly well known. To be fair, this is just an issue that happens in a lot of holdout segments in both Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, where you answer a radio and suddenly the entire state is after you. Now, maybe they overheard our conversation on the radio, but the survivors talk to each other throughout the campaign, so this is an ultra kill. Not everything has a gameplay explanation that ties into the story. But just like before, a tank that is positioned well can ruin your run. A boomer, if he manages to go ahead and blast you off, can leave you hanging on for dear life. A smoker can pull you away from your teammates due to the height of this place. And the hunter, if you get separated, can really be punishing due to the dips. Some parts of the roof being way lower than the rest, and if you jump down, you're gonna take fall damage or go down. Encouraging you to stick together, but if you stick together, a well-positioned tank or boomer could mess you up. It is a wonderful finale, and the finale itself teaches us how every finale actually works. With the very exception of one map, every finale is essentially 2 very large waves. You fight 2 waves of commons and special infected, and in between each wave is a tank. Now, while yes, this can get boring after a while, I'd argue that Left 4 Dead's gameplay loop well makes up for the fact that every map ends like this. But eventually, rescue arrives, and we board the helicopter and fly away to safety.
Our chopper's here. Let's get the hell out of Dodge.
So that was map 1 of 6. Now, originally, before the game had DLC maps, yes, this game did at one point have DLC, we immediately jumped to the map Death Toll, which was set in the woods. What? And so to explain this ungodly large gap of storyline, the map Crash Course was added. It is the worst map in Left 4 Dead 1. Now, even by the term worst, it is still a wonderful Left 4 Dead map. It has wonderful environmental storytelling. I really like the level design personally, even though a lot of people don't like it. I like the setting, I like the Horde event, and I think the finale is really unique, but it's only 2 chapters. Imagine waiting for the DLC to come out and it's just 2 chapters. Imagine if No Mercy was just the hospital and the rooftop and that was it. Now, despite the map's very short length, the map does have something to it that is rather unique. That being that it has a bit more of randomness to it than other maps. Earlier, when talking about the car alarms, I mentioned that in every Left 4 Dead map, car alarms are always in the same place. Well, in Crash Course, this map's gimmick is that any car that you find might be an alarmed car. No longer does the color of a car and its blinking lights serve as the one thing to warn you. Now in this map, any car that you see could have an alarm on it. And unlike usual, the game doesn't shove it in your face that this is an alarmed car. I believe that this map in particular purposely disables the prompt warning you about an alarmed car, in order to make it, when you shoot one, more surprising. And according to research, although when doing about 3 different run-throughs of this campaign, I could not find this, apparently some paths in this map are able to be randomized. However, when playing, I personally did not see any randomization. Maybe it's in little tucked away corners of the map I didn't go to, or I just keep using the same path, but I didn't see any of the other paths in the map get blocked or swapped out, requiring you to take one you normally wouldn't. And another thing about this map that's very unique is that usually when you find tier 2 weapons, all 3 are bundled together. The auto shotgun, M16, hunting rifle, all 3 of them usually being in one big little lump. But in this map, sometimes you'll only find an auto shotgun and a hunting rifle, or you'll just find a M16. And I like this. I like when Valve goes ahead and does little experimental things with their maps. It gives each map a sort of gimmick or something about it that's very, very interesting. They go very far with this exact idea of different maps having different gimmicks to them inside of the sequel, but unfortunately in Left 4 Dead 1, only Crash Course and another map we'll mention later really has any sort of gimmick. Crash Course was a map that was added to bridge the narrative gap between going on a helicopter to being in the middle of the woods. Left 4 Dead 1's maps are a lot more loosely connected. I'm not saying that they aren't fully connected, but you kinda have to fill in the gaps yourself to figure out how the hell we go from here to there. Which I am personally fine with maps not even explaining how you got there. As someone who loves to play fan-made levels in Left 4 Dead 2, I kinda don't care how a map starts. I just enjoy booting up maps and exploring and having fun. All I know is I gotta find my way out of here, and that's usually it. But with Crash Course, the game begins and we experience one of many intro cutscenes.
I still can't believe you shot the pilot.
He turned into a zombie, Francis. He wasn't gonna land the thing.
Well, I guess now we'll never know, will we?
It looks like when he said, "You're my last pickup," he meant it. But why would he still pick us up if he was infected, unless he thought he was able to resist it for long enough? Whatever it may be, the pilot turned, and in order to prevent them from being attacked while in the helicopter, Zoe shot the pilot. But unfortunately, they crashed the helicopter. But luckily, our group has survived. And a reoccurring joke throughout this campaign is Francis being angry that Zoe shot the pilot, even though the pilot was zombified. And Francis will just over and over make jokes about, "Hey Zoe, I see pilots over there," while pointing at common infected. I really dig this, and I wish Left 4 Dead 1 did this way more. Like I said, it does have dialogue that will play sometimes, and the survivors themselves have random bits of jokes that they'll throw in, but this map and another map that we'll mention later on really uses this nicely. But if there is one criticism I am willing to agree with on this map, it is that this map, visually, is very generic. We go through warehouse after warehouse after warehouse in order to hopefully find some sort of way out of the city. And Valve very clearly know how to go ahead and make levels vary despite being in one type of location. I mean, look at No Mercy. You had the apartments, the subway, the sewers, the hospital, the upper floors that were under construction, and the rooftop. All of those completely unique environments that I found to be very interesting. But here, it's just warehouses and office buildings. Near the beginning of the level, when entering one of the buildings, we can actually find some graffiti, which normally we don't find graffiti outside of safe rooms. And in this graffiti, we see the mention of some sort of faction named the Angels of Death. They appear to consist of the following members: Brenna, Jerry, Chris, Phil, Sean, Brock, Jason, and beneath them is tally marks that add up to over 600. Presumably 600 kills. They are a group presumably like us, people immune and people trying to deal with the infected. But judging by the fact they've given themselves a name, it seems like they almost view themselves as some sort of heroes possibly, and naming themselves after an emo garage band. And the graffiti around them well points out that they do not really care for these people. Sick bastards. World's coming to an end, and they are drawing pictures? I find it to be a very nice detail, showing that we, as survivors, are not the only ones out there. There are others like us. However, while we're trying to escape from the apocalypse, these people have seemingly embraced it, counting up their kills, giving themselves a name, and naming their members with skulls right next to them. And reminder, we're 2 weeks into the end of the world. But along with the Angels of Death's introduction, we also have more graffiti telling us about the army and other little messages. The army left a howitzer behind. The alleys are safer. No, they aren't. 5 of my buddies died back here today. And along with the name Teresa and an image of a cracked heart. It's one of the very few times in Left 4 Dead 1 that graffiti is outside of a safe room. But anyway, as we go ahead and go through the level, we find a derailed train. the train itself having caused some destruction to neighboring buildings and streets. Underneath the derailed train is a army Humvee with its lights still on and a dead soldier near an ammo pile. And I've noticed that with this map in particular, there is a lot of dead soldiers and the presence of the army here is very strong. There's multiple blockades, there's multiple Humvees that are there to guide your path via lighting. It would appear that the army really did try to hold out here in this town, but unfortunately they did a very bad job. Something about this map's atmosphere I find rather creepy is this feeling that this city has been abandoned the entire 2 weeks that this infection has been going on. While some of the buildings do have power, most of the map is lit up by the night sky, car headlights, and lamps put by other survivors that are long gone. This city here just feels abandoned, like no one's home, and what's left is just the infected. Progressing through more of the dark and dimly lit streets and more warehouses, and well, trust me, we'll pass by many, we can spot in the distance a large searchlight, which seemingly hints and implies that the army might still be alive and around. And the way there is connected via a bridge. And traveling to that bridge, we find the howitzer mentioned earlier in the graffiti. And we see that there's a military blockade conveniently right in front of it. We have to go ahead and use the howitzer to bust open the barricade, and while the barricade is on fire, wait for the flames to die down. And unlike, say, the gas station situation in No Mercy, the horde coming here makes a lot more sense. I really enjoyed this segment due to the fact that the stationary minigun is at kind of an angle, so the person who's gunning it can only really see so far. Not only that, but the horde will come from all directions, which really encourages your team to defend the person manning the gun. Combined with all the conveniently placed gas cans and propane tanks, I really like this segment. And should you not really like the outdoors, you can even hold out in the building next to you. However, it is full of breakable walls. And should you be too close to some of the windows in the building, a smoker could yank you out and you'll have to walk all the way back around. But eventually we can go ahead and go onto the bridge that the military blockade was blocking. And here is more randomized car alarms that we can find. Heading down the bridge, we enter yet another warehouse and enter the safe room. So we're at the halfway point of the campaign. Yeah, no, Crash Course is, compared to the other ones, not as good. And in this safe room is a very, very wholesome and nice poem written by the lover of somebody who had lost their husband.
Jonathan, you have touched my very being. I shall remember you. You taught me all that knew you. All that knew you what courage meant, and have shown us an example in death as you did in life. God give me strength in my life without you, and I shall thank her. I can only hope that our souls will entwine again in the place where there is only love. No tears, no sadness, no injustice, no cruelty, no white, no black, no zombies, no hate, no war, only love. Allison.
P.S. I'm fat. QQ. Go back to poetry school. Cool story, bro. You should hit a zombie with your thesaurus. Jesus, lady. I'm hiding from zombies and reading this was the most terrible thing that has happened to me today. Allison, roses are red, violets are blue. You suck. Allison, reading your poem ruined heaven. Thanks a lot, Jonathan's ghost. And along with this is other graffiti. Karen and I are held up in the recycling plant. Have plenty of food and water. Look for the hollow container. Love you, Jason. P.S. Don't tell Allison. Cedar blows. Peter, Army's still in Riverside. Waiting for you at the depot. We finished the truck. Hurry. Next to the Cedar blows graffiti is some evacuation centers dotted on a map. We can see Mercy Hospital, Fairfield Arena, and a high school and a Riverside church. Thus explaining some graffiti back in No Mercy mentioning people going to Riverside. Riverside has an evacuation center. It is also conveniently the one evacuation center on there not crossed off, with Mercy Hospital being crossed off, and we know why. Also, there is a safety procedures list made by CEDA, one of them mentioning to use radios, and some graffiti written over it says, "Radios make noise, shitheads!" Also in this safe house is a map of military outposts, and the only two not crossed out are in Pennsylvania and Louisiana. which likely means that Left 4 Dead 1 is either set in Pennsylvania or New Orleans. However, seeing as we aren't dealing with a lot of rednecks and the characters in general do not have a redneck accent, I'm gonna go with the fact that Left 4 Dead 1 takes place in Pennsylvania. That, and it's later confirmed that that is exactly where Left 4 Dead 1 is, so like... But this right here does show that the army is, although very clearly not the strongest against the infected, they're still trying. And I mean, hell, they're definitely trying harder than CETA. We've barely even seen any sign of their existence in this campaign. CETA is, in Left 4 Dead 1 at least, kinda just this background organization that is seemingly trying to figure out what's going on, but not even they know. Which kinda concerns you when this game's universe of the CDC looks at this virus and says,
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
But eventually we go ahead, gear up, and when we leave the safe house, we go through, drumroll please. Oh fuck, my microphone fell. We go through more warehouses. However, we basically cut through multiple of them, going in through this road that's been blocked by multiple cars and trucks. Basically doing one big zigzag pattern to get around. And eventually, we find a bunch of cargo containers, and one of them has been seemingly dented, and inside is a sleeping bag and usually a weapon spawn. Along with this is graffiti of arrows pointing us where to go, and barrels with fires in them. It seems like the survivors in the safe house who were building up this truck are out there and are still alive, or at least trying to stay alive. Eventually, we find a very dark building, the one building that in the very first chapter had a light on its rooftop, and what at first seemed like the army turns out to be a beacon made by the survivors. Here we see a bus that has had sandbags and wooden boards put on top of it to make it almost like a little high ground for people to hold, a generator that needs restarting, and inside of the truck depot is the armored truck. The armored truck itself not even trying to hide what it's an Easter egg to. If you don't know what it is, I'm just not going to explain what it's an Easter egg to. However, it is unfortunately up, and we need to lower it. And the generator, to lower it, needs restarting. I think you know where this is going. We restart the generator, it makes a bunch of noise, and a horde of zombies comes after us. And now we must stand our ground. And I know earlier I praised the howitzer fight. I really dislike the finale for this campaign. It's just boring. Now, I'll give it some credit. I do like how halfway through, when the second tank shows up, the generator falls apart, and you have to go back and fix it. And as you're doing this, another horde has shown up, and there's a tank, and it's pitch black. I will admit, I like that, and it's cool, but I don't feel like it makes up for how boring I find this to be. Your only real areas of defense are the top of 2 buses, a balcony, and an upper area that has a minigun. And that's really it. And another reason I dislike it, and this is an issue that only happens to me, and it's just because sometimes I enjoy playing single player in Left 4 Dead. Sometimes I don't want to deal with people, so I just boot up a custom campaign on Left 4 Dead 2, or when getting footage for this video, play with bots. And the car, if you get under it while it's being lowered, can instantly kill you. Well, technically it doesn't instantly kill you, it just drains your HP rapidly.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder, and the only thing that comes out that's left of you is your eyeball, you're probably dead. You're probably going to, not you, I'm just saying, like, if somebody were to like push you into a meat grinder, and like one of your finger bones is still intact, they're not going to pick it up and go, well, see, yeah, it wasn't an instant kill move. You still got like this part of your finger left.
And the way that Left 4 Dead is programmed is that if you die as the player in a single player campaign, it's a game over because the only thing left is the bots. This isn't like Alien Swarm where if one character dies and it was the one you were playing, you can just swap to another. If you die in Left 4 Dead, you have to restart that chapter. And so you basically have to just avoid the car with your life and pray the bots don't walk under it with their pathfinding. Which, like, Left 4 Dead has aged like wine, but if there is one part that has aged like milk, it has got to be the bots. Now, if you're playing on lower difficulties, they're not that bad. They'll sometimes take a bit longer than you'd hope for to rescue you from a smoker. They might have a hard time trying to not aggro a witch, but if you have a medkit or they have a medkit, you can just get them up. But if you were like me and tried playing an expert run on Dead Air, you'd find out the bots are in fact not very useful. Like I said, playing on a single player map on an easier to normal difficulty is perfectly fine with bots. It's passable at the most. But to try anything above that is a bit of a nightmare. But other than that, I'd say this finale is okay. It's probably the worst finale in Left 4 Dead, but like I said earlier, worst in a Valve game usually just means the least good. But eventually the vehicle lowers and we're able to go ahead and hop in. Crash Course is the campaign of all time. It's there, and you can play it. Now, from what I could do research on, the main reason behind this campaign being so short and compact is that Valve were actually trying to experiment with versus mode. We'll get into what that mode is when we're done with the campaigns, but they basically thought that it would allow versus mode rounds to be a bit more fun and chaotic, being so tight and small, but no one really played this map on Versus because they didn't like playing it in the first place. However, narratively, this map helps to go ahead and connect Death Toll to No Mercy, because it is a bit strange for us to go from helicopter to the middle of the woods. And now with the context of Crash Course and the fact that Death Toll starts with a broken tree behind us, we can kind of put 2 and 2 together here. The survivors likely saw this fallen tree or sometime earlier just realized they can't travel anymore with the car. Maybe it ran out of gas. I mean, that's a likely possibility. And so they've had to go ahead and go on foot now to go ahead and make the rest of the journey through Riverside. Which, them going there in the first place is also explained via the fact there's the map in the safe house pointing out that Riverside is a safe place. And anyway, now that we've talked about Crash Course, let's go ahead and move on to Death Toll, which is, in my opinion, the best Left 4 Dead 1 campaign.
I heard the military was evacuating people to Riverside.
Unless anyone has a better plan, I say we head there.
All right, then, let's do it.
Throughout this point in our journey in Left 4 Dead 1, we have been inside of cities. For the first time, and pretty much ever, we're now in the woods. Because of this, we're pretty much never going to see the zombies in ties or see zombie police officers. If there is one thing I can critique Left 4 Dead 1 on, I do kind of wish that the zombies in the woods kind of reflected the fact they're in the woods. I feel like Left 4 Dead 2 does this way better and is one of the many things the game improves upon. Where in this game, it's just kind of, oh yeah, now the zombies wear sweaters and normal shirts instead of wearing suits and ties now. Maybe if some of them wore lumberjack shirts, maybe if some of the women or some of the men had twigs covering their outfits, it would be a bit better. But if there is one kind of criticism I can give Left 4 Dead 1 with how much it tries to focus on feeling realistic, this is one of the parts that it kind of fails at. But not too long into our travels through the woods to go to Riverside, we find that the bridge there has collapsed. Taking a minor detour and deviation, which also is the perfect grounds for an infected to fuck with us, due to the ladders and the drops and just the danger of having to not have your gun in your hand. But eventually we get on top and continue through the tunnels. Cars are wrecked, they're flipped on their side, the tunnels are almost pitch black. Maintenance tunnels and the rare working headlight is pretty much the only thing guiding us. Further into the tunnels is an area where the ceiling has a hole in it. And I don't know if maybe it's just luck, but I swear that every time I go through here, a smoker spawns in that area. I'm almost certain at this point it's maybe even scripted. But every time I go through there, I encounter a smoker who either drags me or one of my teammates behind. Further ahead, we find a blockage, and it appears to be a man-made barricade. Not one made by the army, but made by survivors. Tires at the side to prevent infected from grabbing it, razor wire seemingly lazily strung about through the top, sheet metal covering it. It feels like people made this, not the army, which might hint that the people of Riverside managed to hold out. Due to the blockage, we go ahead and go through some maintenance areas, and deal with the infected that are down here. The infected down here may less be people who work down here, but people like us trying to get to Riverside. Eventually, though, we find ourselves back in the woods, and through a safe room door, find ourselves entering the next area. The next area being a sewer. Now, in this safe house is a little bit of graffiti, but it's not as much as most safe houses. October 2nd, Johnny killed 12 infected with his bare hands. October 4th, Johnny was killed by friendly fire. On a wall is the name of a Bible verse, Exodus 9:15. Exodus 9:15 is a Bible verse that reads this: "For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite thee and thy people with pestilence, and thou shalt be cut off from the earth." Now, with this safe room in particular, I feel like it's a good time to point out that the safe room exit door is able to be shot through, and infected will try to reach through it if they spot you in the safe room. And from what I could gather, although I cannot sadly find the developer commentary mentioning it, this was essentially purposely done so players who are maybe a bit low or a bit scared to go out into that area can go ahead and safely shoot the zombies through the safe room door, then when the area is clear, finally go out and progress. However, if you don't care about safety, you can just barge right out and gun down the hordes. It is the best of both worlds because all it takes to do whatever you want is opening the door faster. Exiting the safe room, we have two different tunnels we can take to go ahead and progress further. One that requires us dropping down but gets us down to where we need to go faster but we can't go back up, or we can go ahead and take a longer route which uses a ladder but leaves us vulnerable for smokers. Down at the bottom are some conveniently placed army crates and weaponry. And this is something I want to reiterate with the dead body that we saw in the subway in No Mercy. The placement of this tells a lot. The Army, the U.S. Army, was so driven back, presumably, a group of soldiers or a tiny platoon had to go into the sewers and set their equipment down there. The woods were too dangerous, the cities were too dangerous. The only place that they could really set up camp, and by set up camp I mean put down some crates, was a sewer. Which also gives us, the player, weaponry, which serves as a story reason why the weaponry's here. The army was trying to hide or presumably go through the sewers. It showed you the state of the world after the 2 weeks of this flu, quote-unquote, being out there. After progressing a bit further, we find ourselves dealing with a horde event. We must lower a platform, but doing so will activate warning alarms so workers nearby before the outbreak would know it was lowering. And as we know with the common infected, they love sound. Holding out for a little bit until the horde dries up and the platform's safe to go on, we are able to go ahead and progress. Tiny areas like this I feel really help to spice up the maps, because if you don't have tiny little events, your map is boring. Now for maybe the first chapter of your level, that's fine. You're welcoming players into the environment, getting them invested in what's going on. And that's fine. Maybe have an alarmed car at most if one of them feels silly and feels like fighting a horde on the first chapter. But little events like this, which make sense as to why the zombies come to us, I really enjoy. Keyword, they make sense. After this, we go through some more tunnels and maintenance areas, and now find ourselves in a warehouse. The warehouse itself is right next to a train depot. Inside of it is a caboose, and the caboose has a safe room door. Something I really like about this little final area is the fact that we finally get to basically get some fresh air after being in the sewer. It feels like, both gameplay-wise, it's a way to spice up the environment and give us a new setting right before the next chapter, but also kind of rewards us for getting through the sewer. We did it. We got through the sewer, and now we are back outside, looking for Riverside. Overall, this chapter is probably the weakest part of Death Toll, but I'd argue the next chapter arguably makes up for it and is, in my opinion, one of my favorite chapters in the entire game. Within the caboose is some graffiti.
Where is the army?
All dead. They are around, they just pulled back. Riverside, overrun. Newburgh, overrun.
The army's not coming back. Get out.
They can't change back. Don't take them with you. Save yourself.
Claude Huggins, you were a coward and you let your children die.
Stay away from the ones that cry. I saw one rip apart 10 people. Listen for them and walk around. No, sneak up behind them, and if it doesn't hear you coming, it's a sitting duck. You go ahead. Sneaking works for me. I'm happier now. I can kill anybody I like. Psycho. Something I feel like some zombie media doesn't do a good job at, mainly video games when they have their mutant types, is that it kind of feels like the main character, aka you, is the only one dealing with any sort of mutant zombie. The only real exception that comes to my mind is Dying Light, where characters talk about volatiles, as you're just walking around, which are a scary zombie mutation. But most zombie games, the mutations are there, but no one talks about them. It's like narratively, the only zombies that every other survivor sees in media is just the normal common shambler, runner, whatever. But these other big mutations they're there, I guess. But I enjoy this graffiti. It shows that these mutations are known by people. People have seen them. People know how to deal with them. They even know about the whole idea of crowning. So not only does it serve as a way to teach the player if the survivor dialogue telling them shut off your flashlight and sneak around isn't enough, other survivors that aren't us are telling you to do this. It just adds that little extra detail of feeling like you are one of many survivors in the world of Left 4 Dead. But it begs the question, if they couldn't survive, how are we going to? Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Leaving the caboose, we find ourselves in a train yard, and in it is a watchtower that usually will always contain a higher tier weapon. However, you have to go up the tower, and as you're doing this, infected could climb up, smokers could pull you down, a boomer could be at the top and nearly knock you down. It's a bit of a risk, but rewards you with a higher upgraded tier weapon. And something else of note that I forgot to get a screenshot of is that when you go into that tower, you can actually find tally marks, which implies that somebody was up here counting how many zombies they were killing. We are 2 weeks into the outbreak, and people are seemingly already trying to turn this into a sport. Maybe it was one of those members of the Angels of Death. Further through the train yard, we go ahead and go through a building. I don't know how train yards work. I don't know what this building's designed for. It has offices. If you, as a viewer, know what this building's for, feel free to let me know. I'd assume it's just kind of an office for workers to go in and do their train station duties. As we go through the building, we go through an upper area and go onto a train car on a railway that has a conveniently placed plank of wood to help us get across. Most likely placed by another survivor who was either trying to help people like us or was doing it just to help themselves, but coincidentally helped any other future people going through. Hopping down, we find ourselves on a road now, and up ahead we can see an orange fire guiding us. It is a bus for a church. A dead man lies outside. Presumably the driver, a passenger, somebody who, unlike the rest, was able to get out but didn't make it very far. This crash bus, in my opinion, is a really excellent example of how Valve, and I wish more game developers would do this, use lighting to guide the player, and the lighting itself makes sense. We don't have a compass telling us where to go, we don't have a character on a radio telling us what to do. We just simply have a crashed car, and the fire coming out of the crash is what helps us to go forward. Around the bus, we go ahead and go into an abandoned house. The house itself is oddly well barricaded. Boards have been put into the windows, there's gas cans inside of the kitchen. It seems like whoever was in here was prepping for the zombie outbreak, or was at least ready for it, but nevertheless, they're still dead. They're dead bodies outside. We ourselves have to enter the house because the road is blocked by a conveniently placed truck that is seemingly just now facing the house. Presumably, the truck driver turned mid-drive, or maybe even was attacked mid-drive, and the truck just happened to crash right there. The driver himself being able to stop the truck right before causing any destruction, but unfortunately blocked the entire road around. And I guess our Left 4 Dead characters don't know the concept of going prone. Beyond the house is an ambulance, and further ahead, a sign of hope. A church with a barricade outside of it, lots of lamps and lights to guide us. But there's two things that make this a little less welcoming. One, there's infected inside the graveyard. And two, the sign that would say, "Welcome to Riverside," is now graffitied over and says, "Welcome to Hell." Outside said barricade is tons and tons of dead bodies. Possibly infected, but with how gray the corpses are, it's hard to tell if they're infected or just normal dead bodies. Heading through the graveyard, we go ahead and enter the church. And we have, in my opinion, one of my favorite segments of the entirety of Left 4 Dead 1. For the first time since the chopper in No Mercy, we encounter another survivor, and he is not a pilot doing his duty. It is just some random guy locked in a safe house, and by listening to him, it's clear he is doing terribly mentally.
in here. Don't make me use this spell.
Now is probably a good time to point out that a lot of the characters in this game were actually voiced by other voice actors in Valve games. You see, Valve, with some rare exceptions in some of their games, very often likes to hire the same voice actors, so that way when writing a character, they have a certain idea on how they'll sound. So, for example, this guy in the church, who the subtitles oh so lovingly name Church Guy, is voiced by the same voice actor as the Team Fortress 2 Scout. The helicopter pilot was voiced by the same person who voice acted the spy and pyro in Team Fortress 2. Bill is a reoccurring voice actor, also being the voice actor for Father Grigori in Half-Life 2. Also, I feel like going ahead and mentioning this, but the voice actor for Bill did tragically pass away. I do hope, though, that Jim French knows that he left a legacy with this character. Bill is still, to this day, a well-known character in not only Left 4 Dead, but just zombie media. And so while he may be gone, his legacy will forever remain in gaming. And later on in the game, we'll hear some familiar voices as well. But anyway, we go ahead and interact with the safe room door, and depending on who interacts with it, we can get a variety of conversations to occur, all of them with the church guy yelling at us in his state of delirium.
Who's there?
Let's see. I'm Francis, and that's Grandpa Bill, and there's zombies out here! Open the goddamn door!
Go away! No one gets in! Ding dong! Ding dong! Dinner served! Come and get it!
This guy's not even.
No matter who answers the door, eventually the bell will be rung by the church guy. That's how every conversation is scripted to end.
Won't be fooled twice. Won't fool me twice. I can't believe he bit me. That's better safe than sorry. I can't believe he bit me. I never should have let him in. I can't believe he bit me. Go away! No one gets in! Mister, if one of us gets killed out here, I'm gonna shoot my way in there and beat you to death with my gun! Really? How about now? Ding dong! Ding dong! Dinner served! Come and get it!
And what I find unique about this Horde event is that it is the one time in pretty much any zombie game off the top of my head I can think of where another survivor purposely summons a horde to try to get us. In most zombie media, somebody fires a gun and every zombie in the vicinity could hear the gun. Somebody accidentally bumps a jukebox and plays some copyrighted music that the film got the rights to and a horde comes. What I'm trying to get at is that most horde events in zombie media in general is usually done by accident. The survivors accidentally tripping an alarm, accidentally causing something, putting the others around them at risk. However, this is a man who knows what he's doing. He is purposely summoning a horde by ringing this church bell. And this just, I love this segment. The zombies will flood in through the windows. They'll tear open the walls that already haven't been torn open. They'll go ahead and climb over the sandbags outside. And it's just such a great segment. If there is one flaw I can give Left 4 Dead 1, which was very much remedied in the second with its New Mutant zombies, it would be that camping is kind of the go-to strategy. If you just huddle in a corner, you're kind of safe. Friendly fire might be a bit of a risk, but the common infected are practically never going to get you. Now sure, a hunter can pounce in, and him pouncing your teammate can stun the other ones right next to you. A smoker can attempt to drag one of you away, and a boomer can, if they time it right, cover all of you in bile. But what I like with this church segment is that the zombies pretty much come from every single direction. They come from the windows, they come from tearing holes in the wall, they come from a giant hole in the wall that was already there. Combined with the wonderful dinging of the bell serving as the horde theme instead of the actual horde theme. Combined with the fact that this event was started by another survivor purposely trying to fucking kill us. And I would argue this is my favorite segment of the entirety of Left 4 Dead 1, as I feel it emphasizes so much about just how fucked the world is. The church itself has sandbags and army equipment around it. The army were trying to hold out in a place of worship. A place that people go to calm down, to mourn those they've lost, to go to every Sunday to pray to their God, has now been defaced by the outbreak, with the army taking the corpse of a church and trying to repurpose it into an outpost, before then becoming a corpse again, and the only person now living there is a deranged survivor.
I trusted you. You said you were immune. You said you were immune. That's better safe than sorry. Don't get fooled twice. Don't get fooled twice. Better safe than sorry. I can't believe he bit me. Don't get fooled twice. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry.
The world is a corpse, and people are just trying to inhabit what's left of it. Us, the survivors, are just going to where we hear there's rescue. It's probably just done via hearsay and whispers. But after the horde slowly concludes and the church bell stops dinging, we hear the church guy begin to growl and make zombie-like sounds.
Better safe than... Better safe than... Better safe than... Better safe must be immune.
And upon opening the safe room door, he will be one of the 3 main special infected. If there is one thing I kinda wish that they maybe did, I would kinda like it if maybe the church guy had his own unique zombie model. Because don't get me wrong, it's a cool segment seeing a guy turn into a special infected right in front of us, but he just looks like the rest of them. And while, yeah, you could say maybe Valve thought it was unnecessary to add an extra zombie model, they added hospital infected into the hospital level. I don't see what adding a new special infected model would have done that could have caused issues. And before we enter the safe room, I want to mention that the wall outside the safe room is covered in names and dates of people who have died in the outbreak. Written by lovers, parents, kids, all of these names dedicated to somebody that they've lost. Also, by the way, some of the names here are actually Valve developers. It reminds me a bit of the lockers in Half-Life 1, where a lot of the lockers were just flat out named after developers. But this just shows that the world is so ungodly messed up that the only way that they could remember their loved ones was to write their name on a wall. No grave, no urn, just some ink on walls. Speaking of ink on walls, when entering Church Guy's safe room, we can go ahead and find some graffiti where it says, "Better safe than sorry," 180 times. And one thing I always found interesting is that one of them is crossed out, like maybe he misspelt it or had a moment of proper judgment before realizing he's
better safe than sorry.
Outside of the church, we can go ahead and get a view of the streets. Riverside has fallen. Infected cover the streets. There is no hope out here. The city is completely overrun. Who knows what caused the outbreak? Maybe one infected person got in and spread it to everybody. Maybe zombies just climbed over their barricades. Whatever it may be, this is no longer the army's holdouts. It's the army's remains. What I really like about this beginning segment is that it gives you a good glance at just how badly Riverside fell, but also gameplay-wise lets you go ahead and, if one of you has a sniper rifle, pick off the zombies. Now maybe on easier difficulties, picking off the zombies is not really that well needed because you're on an easier difficulty, you can just mow them down. But on harder difficulties, you might want to do that. On expert difficulty, the zombies deal 20 damage per hit. So yeah, on a higher difficulty, sniping the horde is a bit of a good idea. But heading down, we can go ahead and cut through a convenience store, or pass by it jumping on a car or through an alley. But in the convenience store will always be a dead woman who has a gun. In front of her is a dead zombie corpse, implying that she was basically having one last holdout before she inevitably bled to death. Further through the streets, we can find a news van and an army Humvee. It would appear that the reason people even knew that this was a safe zone might have actually been the news. Perhaps broadcasting, "This is a safe zone, come here if you need to be safe," but the green flu still found its way in. This explains why sometimes the intro dialogue is the character saying, "I heard that Riverside is holding out." They probably heard it through either the news or just word of mouth. Exploring the city more and more, going through more empty stores and offices, we find ourselves near the next horde event. Outside of an office building appears to be some sort of military camp. A news van is there and some army equipment, along with a stationary minigun. The road ahead is destroyed, debris basically forming a hill. But luckily, we can go ahead and see an awning that's only being hung up seemingly by the debris and a forklift. So if we just go ahead and lower it, this segment I really enjoy. It's fun going through the hordes and trying to reach the safe house, or if you'd prefer, you can go ahead and hold out. It's truly up to the player whether they want to rush through the hordes or try to go ahead and wait it out. You see, unlike its sequel, there is no such thing as an endless horde in Left 4 Dead 1 unless you're playing on survival mode. The horde events do stop, but I do feel like this one in particular takes a bit longer to stop than the rest. But eventually, either after waiting for the horde to clear up or going through the horde ourselves, We go ahead and cut through some alleys and small buildings, and we can find a lot of dead soldiers, and they do not have the best living conditions, implying either they died out here, or maybe they wandered their way in here before dying, or that they were trying to survive and hold out for rescue, but rescue never came for these soldiers. Which just once again emphasizes how utterly fucked Riverside is. A place that was advertised by many to be a safe haven is now just a festering hive for the infected. But after walking along a little bit of some rooftops and some conveniently placed wood, we go ahead and find ourselves in the last safe house of Death Toll. In here is the following graffiti.
We have sown the seeds of our sin. This is our punishment.
Are you the Pope?
End this now. Bring out the nukes. We're gonna bomb these things off the face of the earth.
They die, just like everything else.
The army left us to die.
Sarah Marshall, we're ER, October 13th, 2009.
I think that's what it says, or am I just...
Richard Cagner, 647, October 15th, 09, Evacuation Outpost Echo. David Barber, 8 a.m., 10/15/09.
Where is Evac Echo?
North, follow the train tracks. It doesn't exist, you people are walking to your deaths. Stay in Riverside, the army is coming.
Outside of the safe room, we see houses, one of which has been seemingly turned into by the army almost like a makeshift camp. There's army crates, dead soldiers, usually an item or two inside. It seems like the people were right, the army was coming, but they probably didn't realize the army wasn't gonna make it. It's likely the people in the graffiti were referring to more soldiers showing up, not the soldiers that were already here. I mean, why would they let Riverside fall if it's such a safe haven? It's not like our army has been known before in history to pull out when... Behind the house, we can go ahead and find the entrance to Riverside Park. Going through the park, after not too long of a travel, we find a boathouse with lights, sandbags, and a mounted gun. And in the distance, more notably, is a city on fire. Across the water is a city that is burning and full of smoke. The city itself is so on fire that the horizon is slowly turning orange behind it. Keep this background in mind, it's not only just for a cool visual detail. Inside of the house is a radio with the voice blaring out. That voice is John Slater. John Slater and his wife, Amanda Slater, are trying to find survivors that have firearms.
If there is anyone out there, this is John and Amanda Slater. We are a small fishing vessel anchored off Riverside. If there are any survivors, please respond. We have provisions and a route to safety. We just need to get there alive. Anyone with firepower, respond. We will ferry anyone with firearms and ammo. Please respond.
John Slater, if you recognize his voice, is voiced by John Patrick Lowry, who has voice acted in pretty much every goddamn Valve game out there. He voice acts the male citizens in Half-Life 2, he's the voice actor of the Sniper, and if you are a current Valve player, he is also the voice actor of Dynamo. It really feels like if Valve makes a game, he's just there, like, ready to voice act. Here's a fun fact, by the way, John's wife was originally going to also be voice acted by Ellen McLean, aka the voice of GLaDOS. But for some reason, they cut all of her voice lines, and by extension, all of John's voice lines that were about him talking to his wife. But from what can be gathered from the remains of subtitles, it seems like him and his wife had very conflicting opinions on rescuing people. John is all about trying to rescue people, trying to get them on the boat, but Amanda explains that they probably should just go ahead and stay on their own on the boat because the infected can't swim. And this just reminds me of how amazing Valve is as a company, because any modern company would definitely not do this. Ellen was still paid for her voice acting, even though every single line of hers was completely scrapped.
Ellen's voice is not heard during the game. Do you know anything about it, John?
Right. I mean, they had us in and recording together, and evidently at some point they decided that that was too distracting or didn't serve the game the way they thought it would. And so they just edited it out and had my voice on it, because that was, I mean, basically what...
But I got paid.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, like so many games in this industry. I mean, the original scene was that, you know, I was saying, hey, we have a houseboat here, we can take you out. And she was in the background going, no, there's zombies every place. You know, basically it's just a bickering, nagging housewife saying that, you know, I should leave everybody to die and we should get out of there. And it was really funny while we were doing it. But, you know, I mean, the way movies are made and the way video games are made and anything that you record and then edit, there's this process, and it has to fit in with the whole entire structure of the game. And at some point, they decided, no, it's better for me to just do that and not have the bickering housewife behind me.
But anyway, we go ahead and listen to John Slater ask for people to pick up, and we as the player go ahead and pick up. And when I was getting footage of this, I had a very unique encounter where Francis pretended to be a cop, and the entire rest of the dialogue changed to fit that.
Let's do it. Look at this.
Let's go.
Attention boat owners. We are the cops. I command you to pick us up.
Honey, it's the police. Police, radio us back when you are ready for pickup. 10-4. Perfect. Should be there in 10 minutes.
Small little details like this not only add character to the main 4 characters, but are also just funny. The fact that John was just so willing to believe this immediately is just insane. But anyway, we go ahead and hold out as we wait for their boat to show up. I really like this finale. It just is such a cool place to hold out. Inside of a boathouse with a burning city in the background as we wait for a boat to come to us. All the while, the zombies are just pouring in through the tree lines. Along with us having a mounted gun to mow down those incoming zombies, but we do gotta keep an eye out for the sides. It is just a cool finale, and I love it. It's just fun. And I feel like this area also utilizes the smoker very well due to the balconies. You see, the railing on the upper balcony can be destroyed by infected or the player, and thus a smoker, if they get near those parts, can yank you down. Along with this, I feel the map also helps to go ahead and discourage getting separated due to the amount of foliage. If one of your teammates is out in the woods behind some trees or rocks, it's gonna be hard to find them. Especially when you're trying to find them as they're getting shredded by a hunter. So it encourages everybody to go ahead and stick in the house. But sticking too close together when a boomer shows up could result in everybody getting blinded. I think you get the point. Every special infected has their own advantages and disadvantages when it comes to each finale. And I feel like this map emphasizes that perfectly. And I feel like the tank is just a bit of a jack of all trades. He can throw a rock at you if you're on the upper deck. He can charge at you. He's just a jack of all trades when it comes to everything. But eventually the boat arrives, blaring its horn, and we go ahead and get rescued. That was Death Toll, probably my favorite Left 4 Dead 1 campaign. I love its atmosphere, I love the horde events, I love the finale, everything about it to me is just great. And after this campaign, we start in Dead Air. Starting inside of a wait, hold on, what? I'm sorry, how the hell did we go from a boat to a city on fire? Wait, what? Okay, well, the city on fire, okay, well, I mean, we saw a city on fire in the background of Death Toll, so that's probably what it's trying to say, is after we got picked up by the boat, somehow we got dropped off in the burning city. How the hell did we get into the city? Well, I'm gonna go ahead and provide a little bit of a minor spoiler for the Left 4 Dead comic here. When talking about their prior attempts at rescue, Francis brings up that they were picked up by a boat and then kicked off. So what this means is John and Amanda Slater weren't seemingly trying to pick us up for safety or to get people with firepower. They were picking us up so they could rob us of our weaponry and then drop us off in a city that's on fire. So, John Slater and Amanda Slater are a bunch of assholes. But after all that went down, the survivors being kicked out of their boat find themselves inside of the burning city.
That plane's headed for the airport, and the airport ain't far from here. If nobody's got a better idea, I say we head for the airport too.
Dead Air has us starting in a greenhouse on top of a rooftop. With the sight of the plane flying overhead and usually some survivor dialogue, we are instantly given our goal. try to find where the airplane went, which very likely was the airport. From the skylights above, we can already see the sky is a bright orange. And progressing further outside after gearing ourselves up, we can see that the city is on fire. And here we see the first of arguably the many, many hints that the army has given up. CETA tried, and CETA failed. The army stepped in, and the army failed. The only thing left to do is to just get rid of the infected, and this involves bombing the city. If not bombing the city, at least doing something to cause this level of destruction. Perhaps unless maybe the people of the city caused this fire, but why would they do that? If you're stuck in your home city and there's zombies, why would you burn the city apart? Now, granted, we've already seen there's gangs of people writing down tally marks of their kills of zombies, but there's actually no but there. There's just some insane people in the outbreak only 2 weeks in. We eventually go ahead and find ourselves on some rooftops, and here is probably the most vulnerable place for a player for a smoker. A smoker could easily yank you off and leave you hanging on for dear life, or even just yank you off entirely, leading to death. Going through an apartment building that's barely lit up with more light coming from a TV than the actual proper lights, we go ahead and find ourselves on another roof with some large graffiti of people pleading for food. On the rooftop right next to it is some graffiti that, if you've played custom Left 4 Dead campaigns, you've probably seen this graffiti way too many times, which reads, "God is dead." People are so hopeless that they just don't believe in God anymore. And you know, after witnessing some of the zombies, yeah, I wouldn't believe in God anymore either, because there is no way that is what He intended. We eventually go ahead and find ourselves dropping into an apartment where there is dead people. People who died from possibly infected breaking in or even fighting amongst themselves. Further through the facility, we go ahead and break through a window and enter a hotel. However, unlike what you might think, we don't actually get to enter the entire hotel. We actually go into its kitchen, which is this level's safe room. I've always kind of liked in video games, the only examples I could think of would be maybe like Silent Hill 2, which you'll see a sign for this building that's this big, grand, maybe bar, but you enter like the janitor's closet. Or like, hey, there's this hospital, but you only just have to pass through a maintenance area and then you're out the hospital. I always love that in video games. It's a little niche thing I just kind of like. And here we have this sign of this big grand hotel, and all we do is go into its kitchen. Inside of the kitchen of the hotel is the following graffiti.
"This is our punishment."
It's just dead air.
Oh my god, guys, it's the name of the camp.
Where are the evacs?
Board up and wait.
To die. They don't eat. They don't sleep. What keeps them going? I hope they get me in my sleep. I hope that's where they get you, too. Bonnie, when you read this, head to the gas station on 5th and Platt. I have guns and food. I'm gonna barricade it and wait this out. Tyler, sorry, I couldn't wait. It's already too late. Rest in peace, Vim and Kathy Turner.
Outside the safe room, we find ourselves what appears to be some sort of maintenance area, and then further beyond that appears to be some sort of place that's under construction. Near a fence that we have to climb over is the dismembered legs of a person, and their top half can be found by climbing up the truck and onto some fire escape ladders. Next to their bottom half is a barrel with a fire in it. Presumably, this person was just trying to sit by this fire, and then some infected of something, maybe a tank, punched him in half and his upper half landed up there. This just shows how genuinely terrifying the special infected are, that this is what they could do to a guy. Or even more horrifying of idea, it was just common infected, or even worse, it wasn't even zombies. Through the fire escape stairway, we're able to go ahead and enter an apartment building. And in here, bodies line the halls. To our left and to our right are apartments, which usually contains few stray infected and some supplies. And I swear to God, no matter how hard I try, I end up having to fight a horde event down here. Going up one floor, and pretty much going in the only place we can due to man-made barricades, is an apartment with barricaded doors and lots of bloodstains. Through the one window that hasn't been barricaded, we find ourselves on a rooftop with a crane. The crane being a bit of an explanation for the place that was under construction earlier. The crane itself has a dumpster tied to it, and on the dumpster is a ladder. We have to lower this in order to go ahead and climb onto the ladder and get onto the rooftops nearby. However, doing this will also go ahead and make a lot of noise. Now, luckily for this horde event, we are given a lot of gas cans. This, combined with any grenades that you found in the apartments, allows us to go ahead and survive fairly easily, but eventually it goes ahead and lowers and allows us to climb onto the rooftops. And through these rooftops, we can look down and see some sort of storage building. And usually, when looking at it, a survivor will point out, hey, I think there's a safe house down there, giving the player a short-term goal along with the goal of trying to find where the airplane from earlier went. From the rooftops, we now find ourselves inside of an office building. One sight I always found kind of depressing is that inside of this one office is just a dead woman in a corner. It was probably just the owner or manager of the building, now dead. With, say it with me now, some conveniently placed wooden planks, we are able to go ahead and get across into a neighboring office building. And this office building is much more grisly. Dead bodies cover the walls, their bodies on top of each other, blood going up to damn near the ceiling tiles sometimes. It reminds me of No Mercy with just how disgustingly bloody some of those scenes were. I feel like something that's often lost in many people's eyes is that each of these dead bodies in Left 4 Dead was a person. Husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, sons, daughters, fathers, mothers. All of them dead because of this outbreak. I feel like this is something many people just forget when talking about Left 4 Dead and its maps. These dead people were people. And like I mentioned earlier, I always like the detail how as you're in this office building, a lot of the male zombies will have more suits and ties. And I forgot to mention that a lot of the female zombies wear some more office-like clothing. Am I just like secretly sexist? But despite just being an office space with cubicles, I always found this place really unnerving because there's only 2 lights pretty much per area to guide you. And in between is just this darkness with the silhouettes of common infected's heads. And the special infected, their heads peeking over, always unsettled me. It almost feels like to me the infected are trying to use some sort of tactical cover here. But in reality, it's just infected office workers leaning over their office cubicle as they vomit their guts out. I don't even think they know that they're technically trying to hide from anything. But after going down some bloody stairways, we find ourselves in the reception area, and then back out onto the streets. And out on these streets is an alarmed car. But not too far from here is the storage building from earlier that the survivors pointed out was a safe house. Outside of this safe house is very large graffiti reading that looters will be shot. Well, I guess we're going to get shot because we're going to steal their ammo. We now find ourselves in a giant storage area, and in here is a lot of graffiti to read, and a lot of it gives us some not very good signs of how the world's doing.
The planes are falling out of the sky. Trevor, we're going to the airport anyway. No other choice. We're sorry. C and L.
Mark and Brianna, catch up if you can. I'll keep an eye out for you. KP.
Nothing is coming but a bomb. Where's the government? The government has a cure and only the rich are getting it. Good. Open your eyes. The virus was a military experiment. It was engineered in a lab by aliens. What if this was first contact?
What if you're an idiot?
There's one part of the graffiti I find interesting, and that is the mention that the planes are
falling right out of the sky.
Now, we know there's an airport, and we saw a plane earlier flying by. But why would they be falling unless the pilots are turning mid-flight? However, the way that they describe this makes it sound like multiple planes have been falling. Maybe just multiple pilots have been infected? That might be the case. I mean, a plane full of zombies is the worst spot to be if you're not infected yet. But I want you to put a pin in it, because we'll come back to it later. But anyway, leaving this area, we find ourselves in some alleyways and enter a construction site. Here in this construction site, we have yet another horde event. There's a wooden barricade blocking the path, and next to it is a bunch of conveniently placed gas cans. We have to go ahead, shoot the gas cans, and wait for the barricade to burn down and the fires to die out. But as we do this, the oil that's used to go ahead and light the fire spreads over to the generator and causes a miniature explosion. The loud bang summoning the horde. This is, in my opinion, a very interesting holdout segment, as there is so many different places to go ahead and hold out from. You can hold up on this wooden area with some sleeping bags, up in some of the upper areas, the lower areas, right next to the fire even. This area in particular really feels like it was designed for survival mode. But I really dig this segment, and it's really hard to explain why, but I truly do think it's just because of how many options you have at your disposal. I love game design where you are given one goal and you have about 10 different ways of doing it. It don't matter how you do it, you just need to do it, and in this case, it's wait till the fire dies out. But anyway, the horde dies out, the fires die out, and we can go ahead and find ourselves entering a power plant. And what's interesting here is that we can actually audibly hear the power plant running. There's a slight buzz in the air. This itself explains why the buildings we've been through still have power. This place hasn't been burned like the rest of the city. Further into the power plant, we find weaponry inside of a weapon crate. Bit strange. But then leaving there, we find an airport. And suddenly, two things now make sense. The reason this power plant is still lasting is because it was built for an airport, likely built to last very well. And two, the reasons there's guns here is for airport security, because Left 4 Dead takes place in the year 2009. The airport itself is in a terrible, terrible state of destruction. An airplane here has crashed or fell out of the sky and split into several pieces, causing just a bunch of destruction, bits of the road to be like hills and debris everywhere. And one thing I really like about this segment in particular is that this area is so well lit due to the fires. You, as a player, don't need to use your flashlight, although you probably should, because there's still some dark spots, but this area is mostly lit up by the remains of the plane. Cars just cover the road, thrown around like dice. There's bags and bags and bags on top of each other, people probably trying to rush out of the city. And with all these pieces of baggage, and the cars, and the graffiti mentioning the planes or falling out of the sky, and people talking about bombs, a few things are starting to click here. However, we don't have any direct confirmation yet if what we're thinking is true. Although this segment is short, I love its design. And it has something that I feel like a lot of people don't realize when it comes to a lot of video game design. A lot of video games will try to reuse assets. And stuff like this, the crashed airplane, we pretty much only ever see in this level. Valve painfully designed the multiple pieces and bits of a crashed airplane for this one particular level. And Turtle Rock, I forgot Turtle Rock also was involved. But eventually, we go ahead and enter the parking garage. And in here, it is very much pitch black. There's one barrel that's on fire that was set up by somebody here long ago, but it is completely dark. We go up a flight of stairs and pass through one of the hallways connecting into the actual airport proper. And here we can get an even better view at the state of destruction caused by the plane crash. Up ahead, the way proper has been blocked off by some construction equipment, but thankfully, right next to us is a safe house. The safe house even being built maybe by the people who had the construction equipment, trying to make a makeshift bunker to hold out for the infection, but unfortunately, they didn't hold out. And in here is the best graffiti in the entire game.
We are the real monsters.
You're a real moron.
No, that's the zombie.
Moron.
I think it's them, stupid.
Idiot. Have you been outside, jackass?
I hope you are dead now.
I miss the internet.
I am 99% certain whoever wrote that graffiti definitely used Reddit before the outbreak. But one thing I find also of note, which hints at the starting of the fire in the city, is some graffiti showcasing a mushroom cloud next to some tally marks and weaponry. Sometimes, when leaving the safe room, we'll hear the survivors have this bit of dialogue.
Just like I said, they bombed the airport.
They really trashed this airport.
What idiot bombed the airport?
And by looking at the state of the airport, Bill is most likely right. But I mean, the destruction could be caused by the fact it's about a month into the outbreak. Maybe it isn't bombing. But at the same time, a fire on this scale, Bill is probably right. And as we leave the safe room, we'll very quickly notice something about the common infected. Just like No Mercy, the infected in the airport have their appearance change to fit the location. We now have to fight infected TSA agents and infected pilots. Although the changes are cosmetic, it helps to show that this airport was truly overrun, as even the baggage handlers in the back got infected. The airport itself is in a state of disarray. It is destroyed. It's got its lights barely on. The power plant earlier probably fighting for its life to keep this place's lights running. In front of the safe house is a dead pilot with his head smashed open. And if I can criticize this level for 1 second, after doing repeat playthroughs of this campaign and going through to get cinematic shots like this, I've come to realize that this one dead pilot corpse model is used way too much. I understand that making multiple dead bodies of pilots would just take up time. However, they have earlier used just common infected ragdolls in place of
bodies.
Why didn't they just use dead common infected pilots? I mean, for example, we've seen dead common infected in army gear representing dead soldiers in areas that were failed to be held out by the army. Why didn't they just do the same thing with baggage handlers and pilots? I don't think we'll ever know, but it is just funny to me to see the same dead pilot with the same part of his head smashed open over and over and over. Many of the hallways in this place are blocked by debris, possibly from the bombings, presumably from the army, or maybe from the plane crash outside, maybe it clipped a few parts of the building. Or, the most likely answer for most bits of debris in this game, it's been 2 weeks since the outbreak, and probably if not longer, combined with how much time we've spent in these campaigns. So with nowhere else to go, and the only other route being a drop that the developers don't even let us jump down, it would have been funny in my opinion if we could have jumped down to our death. So we go ahead and cut through the only real place we can, which is some offices. In here, we'll probably see a lot of zombies wearing suits and ties. You know, it just hit me, I've never actually explained how the common infected models spawn the way they spawn. The infected use in-game what's called a nav mesh, basically a bunch of grids throughout the level telling the infected where to go. And how the developers basically decide what zombies spawn where is that these parts of the nav meshes will go ahead and have code in them specifying what zombie models can be spawned here. So, for example, on the rooftop of No Mercy, there's nav meshes that try to spawn in more infected wearing handyman suits than patient gowns. Or, like we saw in this campaign, in Dead Air, where in the office building, the nav meshes try to spawn in more common infected with suits and ties than sweaters. Eventually, though, we do leave the offices, and we can actually find some military crates in the airport, which, assuming the army bombed the city, leads to a bit of an interesting question that's got a pretty depressing and most likely answer. Further down, we can realize this is a reception area, one of the entrances, and near a reception desk is a dead soldier. The army was here, presumably maybe even working alongside CETA, trying to help people through the airport. But eventually, the infection got so bad that the army probably bombed the city and just didn't care about who got KIA'd in the airport. It just shows that less than 1 month into this outbreak, the world is utterly fucked. And also in this area is our next horde event. A passage up ahead is blocked by a barricade, and near this barricade is a van with its headlights still on and the battery still running. If we put the car in drive, we can probably go ahead and get it to ram through the barricade, and so that's what we do. Putting the car in drive, it goes ahead and drives forward and crashes through the barricade. After this, we have pretty much two options here. Either we can hold our ground until the horde stops, or we can go ahead and try to rush through, fighting the horde as we do it. Both options work, and both are equally as deadly and difficult. There isn't really any high ground anywhere unless you decide to backtrack up the escalators, but even then, a smoker or boomer or hunter could make that a bit of a nightmare. And God forbid you have a random tank spawn when going through the baggage area in the back. The baggage area itself is tight and cramped. Even though it looks open, it is not really that open. Smokers in here have a really big advantage due to the different catwalks and floors here, making it sometimes hard to spot them, and sometimes they'll get you before you can see them. Also, due to it being so cramped in here, boomers have a bit of an advantage should they go ahead and get the drop on you. Eventually, though, we find our way out of the baggage area and now find ourselves inside of what looks like a lobby. And here, the destruction is more apparent. Yet another crashed plane has crashed into this part of the building, completely ruining the ceiling and leaving debris everywhere. And something I love is that the statue for the airport, which is of Atlas holding the world, can be broken by a tank, and the tank can use the giant, steel ball that's meant to look like the Earth and throw it at the survivor. And it's just the dumbest thing. Now, the reason that this can even be done, and the reason why there is usually a lot of junk and big objects in many areas, is actually to aid and help the tank. You see, when playtesting, Valve realized that the tank kinda sucks if you throw them into, like, say, a cornfield. So they realized that by putting objects in the arena the tank can throw, then any area can be a terrifying place to fight a tank.
Along with the boomer, the tank was one of our earliest bosses. Where the boomer broke the rule of shoot everything that moves, the tank changed the team's tactics to require immediate and direct cooperation against a single major threat. If everyone stays calm and engages the tank, they should be okay. If they panic and scatter, or if someone gets selfish and runs off, the team will likely die. One difficulty with the tank was that since we offset his incredible toughness by slowing him down a bit, when tank battles occurred in large outdoor spaces, he was far less effective. Coordinated survivor teams could easily take down the tank before he would close in on them and cause chaos. To offset this vulnerability, we added his rock throw and car slugging abilities. Now, if the tank finds himself far away from the survivors, he can still be effective by ripping up the ground and lobbing huge rocks at them.
And also, fun fact, and this is very specifically in Left 4 Dead 1, I feel the need to clarify this, there's some metal detectors in this area, which, because, it's an airport. And when walking through them, they will activate and trigger an alarm and summon yet another horde. This horde, though, is completely optional. You can just walk around the metal detectors. But a player who might not be so aware of their surroundings or a well-placed smoker can cause the alarm to trigger. But in Left 4 Dead 2's port of this campaign, it is required. There are barricades now set up, and you must go through it. And I really dislike that, to be honest. Not only does it remove the moment where everybody kind of just stares at the guy who activated it, and it's kind of funny, but it also just makes playing on harder difficulties a nightmare. You have to deal with not one, but 2 horde events. Now, granted, Left 4 Dead 2 does give you way more weaponry to deal with the hordes, but also, there's 3 new special infected. And while I'll save what this infected's name is for the Left 4 Dead 2 video, there is an infected who's really good at dealing with survivors going through one tight space. I kind of just prefer Left 4 Dead 1's take of trying to be observant and make sure you don't walk through there accidentally. But anyway, going further through, we can go ahead and get a glimpse at the airfield, and there is so many destroyed planes. And here, the survivors basically just confirm what we've all been thinking.
Oh my god, Bill was right. They bombed the airport. They must have been trying to stop the infection from spreading.
What did I tell you? They tried to stop people from leaving.
Bill? I was the one who said that.
The army, in a state of desperation, bombed an entire city. A city full of people who had lives. The entire city is just flames now. It was the only thing that they could think to do in the current state of the apocalypse. CETA tried, and CETA failed. The army tried, the army failed. This is Plan B. But there is some hope. Outside that same window, we can see the plane from earlier. It would seem that they've landed near a fueling truck, and are fueling up their plane in order to go ahead and keep flying. And maybe we can even catch them before they take off and get a ride out of this hellhole. Up ahead is the next safe house. This one sadly has no graffiti, but does have posters that mention a few interesting things. There are checklists asking that you and any of your children that you have with you are wearing face masks. Along with this is a list of things that if you have or have done, then you must notify security. Either that you've lost your face mask, you've received a cut or wound on your way trying to get here, or if you've handled livestock in the last 2 days. Wait, does the virus transmit through animals? Is this kind of like Dead Rising, where they tried to enhance cows and ended up making zombie burger meat?
Come on, Josh. Yeah.
Or is it just a flu? Or is it airborne? Or does CETA know literally anything? At this point, I think graffiti left by survivors in safe houses have more knowledge than a CETA health poster. But eventually, we go ahead, gear up, and leave. And as we do, we witness probably one of the most amazing looking scenes in the entirety of Left 4 Dead 1. I'd like to remind you this runs on the same thing as fucking Gary's mod.
What does it mean when it says launch the train?
In the distance, we can see yet another city. This one, however, is not on fire. At least, hopefully it isn't. Now, we just need a way to get there. And luckily, the person in the plane spots us.
Hey, you there! Gas me up, I'll get you out of here! You! Yes, you! Come talk to me on the radio! Let's get fueled up, I can get going here. Come on, you folks with me?
Grabbing a Molotov.
Alright, gas me up, and we can fly out of here! The pump's gonna make a real racket, so you make sure you're ready for a fight before you start her up. That's it! I can hear the truck pumping! Hold them off for me while I fuel up!
And fun fact, this is yet again another reoccurring voice actor. The pilot is voiced by Gary Schwartz, also known as the voice actor for Heavy and Demo Man. And I think at this point, you already know what we're about to do. We're going to go ahead, start the fueling truck, it's going to make a racket like he said, and we're going to have to fight off a horde until he's ready to fly. This area is very, very open. There is plenty of bits of plane debris and luggage carts for the tank to haul, the smokers and hunters have plenty of spots to flank you, and the boomer... Well, the boomer's kind of fucked in this level, I'm not gonna lie to you. Unless he can literally sneak up behind you, the boomer's kind of like a joke in this area. Now, there's something interesting about the plane I want to point out. People that have a way higher IQ than me looked at this airplane and realized that the model is based off of a Korean Air Force C-130. This is a transport vehicle often used by the US Army and their allies to get troopers to where they need to go, which implies that this was from overseas and then came here either to help the army or, seeing as the only thing left is the pilot and his dead co-pilot, they were probably just trying to fly away from whatever disaster was going on where they were. Another possibility is that if this plane came from overseas, the person who was piloting and their co-pilot was simply told, "Get back home, we need you." And thus they were refueling here so that way they could get to where they need to go, which might have been a military base, it might have been a safe zone. However, they needed to refuel, and unfortunately the city where they went to refuel is on fire. Or perhaps they were meant to come here to try to pick up soldiers for rescue, but unfortunately they missed the memo that the city was bombed. But this right here alone shows how bad the outbreak is. The army had to pull aircrafts from overseas to send them back home to try to aid with the infection. Reminder, this infection is called the green flu. One of my favorite parts of this finale is the giant fire right in front of the minigun that you can operate. You can throw a pipe bomb in there and basically make all the infected running to the pipe bomb catch themselves on fire. And if you can trick a tank or special infected, you can even get them to walk into the fire and burn to death. And compared to, say, the boathouse on Death Tool or the rooftop in No Mercy, this area is really dark than most finales. You pretty much want to stick by the plane not only because it's where all the supplies and ammo is, but also because it's the only place with light. This is the weirdest comparison I can make, but it really reminds me of Deep Rock Galactic, where lighting is crucial to being able to navigate the caves, and there's a whole class in that game dedicated to trying to light up the caves. This area just reminds you how much being able to see really helps when you're fighting hordes and hordes of zombies. But after a long, long time of listening to the truck be loud as hell, we're able to go ahead and board the car.
Reloading! Get to the plane! Go!
That was Dead Air, a beautiful campaign that shows narratively things truly are now ending. Throughout the game, we've seen the Army's failed attempts at trying to hold out from the infection. We've seen SETA's attempts at trying to warn people to stave off the infection and stay clean. But here, we're seeing that when both parties fail, their only other option is to go ahead and get rid of the source of the virus.
The people?
After this, we go ahead and start Blood Harvest. Starting out in the woods. Okay, hold on. Wait, okay, what? Okay, at the bare minimum, at least Dead Air, you could loosely connect it by saying, oh, we're in the burning city from the end of Death Toll. How the fuck do we go from a plane to the middle of the woods? Well, there are two different answers. There's the answer the comic gives us, and there's the answer that a scrapped map called Damn It gave us. Damn It was a scrapped campaign where the survivors would go through, and you're not going to believe this, a dam. But the main thing to point out here is that the campaign would start with the survivors at the plane from Dead Air, now crashed behind them. And in the comics, Francis says that when they were talking about all the different rescues they've had, he mentions a plane crashing. So basically, they got on the plane, it crashed, and now they're in the woods. This is 2 times in a row their rescue vehicle has crashed. There has to be a reason for this. Was it perhaps shot down? Was the pilot also infected? But that's 2 pilots in a row. What has caused this to happen twice? It has to have some explanation. But anyway, we finally now arrive at Blood Harvest, the final map of the storyline for now.
We ain't gonna survive on our own forever. I heard the military's got a safe zone north of here. We just gotta follow the train track.
All right, then, let's do it.
Blood Harvest begins with the survivors, usually one of them pointing out that somewhere north is a military base. Right near the starting area is a sign and poster pointing out that at a farm is a military base, this time one approved by CETA. A name we haven't heard in a while, and the fact we haven't heard the name is concerning. But it would appear that the military and CETA, at least at this place, are still working together. And also, if you've been paying attention, you might notice something about Blood Harvest. It is the one map that is seemingly set at least somewhat close to daytime. No Mercy, Crash Course, Death Toll have all been at the dead of night. Dead Air was technically at night, but the city was on fire so much that it felt like day. But here it's actually close to daytime. We can genuinely see the sky is now bright. And when getting footage for these shots like this, I realized that when you get rid of all the zombies, get rid of all the mayhem, the forest environments in this game are still honestly very good looking. Despite the fact that this thing runs on, may I remind you, the engine powering Gmod, these levels still manage to look really impressive. Traveling through the woods, we see that we are unfortunately not alone, as there are multiple infected out here, which, once again, the one gripe I have with Left 4 Dead's Common Infected, for being in the woods, the zombies don't look like they've been in the woods. But through the woods, we can go ahead and find a picnic table with a heavily mutilated corpse and a rope bridge, which is a smoker's wet dream. Past there, though, is a little trailer which contains some supplies. And then further past the trailer, we see what this place was likely meant to be. It was likely some sort of security checkpoint or just a checkpoint in general for a depot company called Richard Atlantic. And like the survivor said in the intro, we can go ahead and follow some train tracks through the north to get to a military outpost. Well, the depot is a good place to find those tracks. And after that, we enter this. Oh my god, that level was that short? That's like the shortest level in the entire game. Jesus Christ. Even Death Toll was a bit longer, and that basically was just one long tunnel. Don't worry though, because this campaign may start out weak, but goddamn does it go good for the rest. We now find ourselves in the depot, and inside this depot safe house is some graffiti.
Head north to Echo. We deserve this. Maybe you did. I didn't do anything.
Head north. Get to Echo for evac to safe zone. Do not go. Army swarmed. Farm is quarantined.
Anybody left? The army is dug in up north. They're still taking immunes. It's the only evac for miles. Follow the train tracks. Newberg is doing helicopter evacs to safe zone.
Follow the tracks.
Now, let's hold on a second here. That piece of graffiti mentioned immunes. This is the third time now we've heard that being mentioned. We saw it once in the No Mercy graffiti. The church guy, after having been bit by somebody he let in so long ago, keeps muttering to himself.
It's been an hour. It's been an hour? Must be immune. That's right. It must be immune. No, I have to be immune.
And now, this piece of graffiti, mentioning people who are immune again. That is 3 signs of people being immune to the virus. So, what could this mean? Something I find funny with Left 4 Dead, and it's something that's often not done in many zombie games, is that there'll be a character or two who's immune, and now they're everybody's little quest boy and must do everything that they are asked. However, in this game, even though there's people who are immune, like our survivors, we're pretty much surviving with the skin on our teeth. Sure, survivors like us might be immune to the virus, but we sure as shit are not immune to a boomer's acid luring in 20 zombies to beat us to death, or a hunter's claws tearing our intestines open, or a smoker dragging us towards him with his tongue and beating us to death. Not every immune survivor knows exactly what a witch is and probably falls for her luring and then gets clawed to death. And the tank... Do I even need to explain it? Left 4 Dead, what I really like about its take of the immune chosen ones is that even though we're immune, one, we're not special. We are just apparently a sub-faction of people. There's other people who are immune like us. But two, other people like us are still getting killed. In most zombie games, they try to make the player feel vulnerable by not having you be immune, making it to where you can get infected. We're immune, and I still fear seeing hordes of common infected. But this right here basically just confirms that there are people, just like presumably the main 4 we're playing as, who can handle the virus, showing no symptoms, not at all even turning, and acting just like normal people. And maybe, if some of us are immune, Sita could maybe find a way to make a cure, which gives us all the more reason to try to find Sita, because not only will we finally find somewhere safe to live, but we might be able to go ahead and help Sita develop some sort of way to fight the virus. Now, what would happen to a survivor who became a smoker and then gets the cure? And say you cure a tank... well, I mean, we can cure the common infected. I mean, just, look at their faces. Oh, God. Maybe we're a bit too far into the apocalypse to make a cure. Here we find ourselves in the office spaces of the depot. But not too long after, we immediately find ourselves in the depot proper. The depot itself just feels cold. It's hard to describe. I think it's just the blue coloring, but I've always imagined this place being cold. Also, this area is like the perfect area for a tank, because if you can throw a survivor into an area with some shelves, they're dead. In order to leave the depot, we must go through a door that, when opened, will trigger an alarm, which I think you know the formula at this point. Loud noise equals common infected horde, unless it's a gas pump explosion. So we either can hold our ground or fight through the horde, but through here, it's actually a bit more of a good idea to try to fight through the horde. The depot itself is open, and there's not really a good spot to hold your ground, so it's a bit of a better idea here, honestly, to try to charge through the horde. While sure you could hold your ground in the tiny little room, if a boomer sneaks in, everybody's getting blinded. So it's probably a good idea to just fight through the horde instead of holding your ground for once. But after the office, we find ourselves in that depot that we saw earlier in the first chapter. And here, we see that many train cars have been derailed and caused some destruction through the tunnels. Train cars have been flipped on their side. There's fires because of pipes that got hit by the derailing train cars. The tunnel is blocked by 2 train cars that are parked, and we have to go through a hole in the wall that was presumably created by either a tank or a derailed train car. But eventually, after climbing over a giant pile of debris, we find another hole in a wall, which then leads us to the safe room. This safe room is boring graffiti-wise. We just have the giant words Echo written on a board, reminding us to go to Echo Base. We now find ourselves in the maintenance tunnels. The place is barely lit up by a few random lights here and there. It's pretty much completely pitch black. But eventually, we go ahead and find our way back out into the woods. And once again, I just want to state, the forest environments in this game, all these years later, are still so beautiful looking. We loop around a hill and find ourselves yet again back on the train tracks. We basically just took a giant detour to get back onto the tracks. After cutting through some stairways, we find ourselves in a large open area. We see that above us is a large wooden bridge, which looks rather flimsy. Up ahead is a train car with a lever. Pulling this lever will go ahead and allow the train to start moving. Moving the train car, we're able to go ahead and bump another train car and knock down the bridge. But all this ruckus summons a horde. Now, specifically in Left 4 Dead 1's version, I always enjoyed holding out here. It's always fun to just hold out on these train cars as the zombies are swarming from every direction, trying to hold the fort inside the house and pray to God a boomer doesn't sneak up behind you and your team. It's just fun. Now, I specifically specified the Left 4 Dead 1 version because when I inevitably make a part 2 to this video, I'll point out some of the differences they made to this map. But after wading through the horde, we go ahead and reach the next safe house. Outside this safe house is a dead cow, and this dead cow has the skin on its face completely removed. Now, according to pretty much every video I've seen talking about the green flu, although I could not find images of what this looks like, because I guess Google Images refused to show me dead cows, this cow had a rabies test done on it. Most likely by either CETA or a concerned farmer to see if maybe the virus came from livestock. This also explains why there's a poster in the airport talking about if you've been handling livestock to make sure you point that out, because it seems like CETA and other desperate farmers trying not to become infected are trying to see if their animals might have the virus. However, whether or not this cow's test was positive or negative remains a mystery. Anyway, enough staring at a dead cow, let's actually go into the safe house. Once again, the graffiti here is sparing. Just messages saying to go ahead and try to get to Echo, and a CETA poster mentioning the airport in dead air, with somebody mentioning this airport has been quarantined, which is one way of saying bombed. Up ahead is a barn, and in this barn is even more dead cows that have had more rabies tests done on them. Further up ahead, we find ourselves back on the tracks, entering what appears to be a warehouse for the same company we saw all the way back in Chapter 1. Following the tracks, we can find an office building with supplies usually, and a house, and we must enter this house as the tracks have been blocked by a derailed train car. And inside this house is probably the most gory scene in the entirety of Left 4 Dead 1. In here is a lawnmower with the remains of God knows how many people scattered about as the basement is almost entirely soaked in blood. While not explicitly stated, I have a good feeling that this is meant to be an Easter egg to a very specific scene in a zombie movie. There's a zombie movie called Brain Dead, and in that a character weaponizes a lawnmower, and I'm pretty sure if I showed the actual movie scene, despite it being made in 1992, this video would get age restricted. Hell, for all I know, this scene alone in the game might get the video age restricted. But after this, we exit the basement, finding ourselves now on the other side of the derailed train with some conveniently placed debris if should we need to go back there, and along the bridge ahead of us is the next safe room. Inside this safe house is some graffiti that reads as follows.
Oh, gone. CETA sucks.
Farm is quarantined. Go to Riverside. Boats are leaving, and zombies can't swim.
I heard cell phones still work in Riverside.
David, we think the farm is overrun. Everyone we met keeps saying it's gone. We're heading north anyway. What else can we do? Fingers crossed. See you there. Barbara.
Echo is the last evac to safe zone. Going on ahead. Lost LØRI. Bill. Metro International Airport still evacing.
Try to find help for Cassie. Going to run for it in AM.
Please wait. We'll try to find help. We'll come back. Hank. Martin. Went to find high ground to see if cell would work. When I came back, you were gone. Waited as long as I could. Sorry, Adam. Travis, kids are fine. I love you. E. Rest in peace, James. We love you. Howard, push north. When you get there, head for Echo Farm. Army is evacing now. They can't hold out forever. Hurry.
This is probably the most graffiti we've ever seen from multiple people in one safe room, which really helps to build the tension here because this is presumably the last military evac and God knows how far from us. If there's no evac there, we're truly just stranded in the woods. But as long as God is not dead, then, maybe there's a chance. Out ahead lies, and you would never believe it, more derailed train cars. But one of them is very conveniently near a path that's on high ground. But through this high ground, we find what looks like a cornfield and a sign which is from the military, saying to keep our arms above our head at all times or we'll be shot. So maybe the military's here. So we jump down and... I can't lie to you. I actually really like how this horde event is triggered, and I low-key love how chaotic it is. We're in a cornfield. We cannot see shit. And this entire part is just chaos incarnate. Having to shoot infected as I see them weave their way through the cornfield is truly one of the most horrifying experiences of this game. It's a short horde segment, it's not that long, but Jesus is it fucking terrifying. When designing the Common Infected, the Left 4 Dead devs made sure that their anger was very easily expressed in their face. And this area I feel like highlights that the best. When dealing with the Common Infected in the cornfield, the best way I can describe it is looking at the ghosts in Jacob's ladder. There's a face there and you can make out some details, but because you're in the cornfield, it's virtually impossible to see the entire Common Infected's face. You're just shooting anything that moves, but luckily, because Valve designed the characters to stick out due to their higher saturation, friendly fire isn't as common as you would think in a cornfield. Plus you have the highlights and the username above everybody, that also kinda helps. But this short little segment always stuck out to me because of the fact it's in such an area. It is pretty much one of the few times I can say the Horde has the advantage on the survivors instead of vice versa. We don't have a corner we can hide in. We don't have a little minigun we can go ahead and sit behind or gas cans to throw around. We just have to use our wits. But after this segment's over, we go ahead and find a farmhouse. And unfortunately, it looks like the soldiers in here died. But on the radio is a repeating broadcast.
This is an emergency broadcast from the American Safety Zone. Please respond. You are listening to an emergency broadcast from the U.S. military. If you can hear this, please use the microphone while pressing the send button immediately.
Fun fact, the guy who voice acts the soldier on the radio is voiced by David Scully, aka the voice of Sergeant Avery Johnson from Halo.
Oh, I know what the ladies like.
The fact that Valve got him to go ahead and voice act this one character kind of sort of reminds me of how Dishonored had Carrie Fisher voice a woman that had like maybe 5 paragraphs of dialogue, if that. But anyway, we are able to go ahead and pick up the radio. And the person behind there sounds shocked that anyone even picked up.
Hello.
Holy shit. Hey, Captain, someone actually responded. We read you loud and clear, survivors. We are prepping an extraction team. Prepare yourselves and radio back when you're ready. Roger, survivors. We are go. ETA in 10 minutes.
Okay, guys, call for a truck.
Armed with the military equipment left behind by the dead soldiers, we go ahead and wait for evac. The house, for being what is, back when the game came out, the final area of the game, feels depressing. It reminds me of the church in the way that we're basically witnessing a corpse get used and then become another corpse. This was the home of a farmer who had a child, who had a wife or husband, and they had it all taken away from them by the outbreak. And then the army took this home, tried turning it into their fortification, and then lost the fortification. This home lost its owners twice. But overall, I love this segment. It reminds me a bit, and this is a weird comparison, it reminds me of Gary's Mod Zombie Survival servers. You see, back when I would play those, before the only server that became pretty much at all alive was Sunrust, and the people there are interesting. I one time met a guy on a Sunrust Zombie Survival server who said that slavery was bad, but that there was also white slaves. I think you get where his conversation was going. But anyway, back in the ye old days when there was more than one zombie survival server, a very popular type of map was very often to have a sort of house map, like a gas station, a hotel, out in the middle of nowhere, while the zombie players would try to rush in and break through. That's kind of what this area reminds me of. A place out in the middle of nowhere while hordes of zombies swarm in through the stairways and doorways and we have to hold out. But instead of people controlling headcrabless headcrab zombies, it's now the common infected and special infected. There's also a barn and a little garage that we can hold out in, but more often than not, it's probably a good idea to hide out in the house. However, if you're playing with a really, really smart team like I was when getting footage, then you can actually hold out in the barn. The barn? You can actually hold out in the barn pretty damn well. What the? Oh my god! What the fuck was that? But overall, I love this map, and knowing that this was, at the time, the final map of the first game, I think it fits the tone of a finale. The army is about to come save us. We have to hold out in the remains of an army holdout, all the while infected are tearing what's left of an old farmer house. Said farmer house now becoming a now abandoned army outpost. I feel like it fits the tone of this game beautifully well. And combine it with the beautiful looking forest imagery and forest props that we've seen. Combine it with the fact this is one of the few maps at day. Combine it with how wonderful the common infected look. Combine it with every single aspect about this game I have been gushing about up till this point. and you get a wonderful finale. A finale of waiting for rescue as hordes and hordes of infected people try to break through the doors, try to break the windows, bust their way through a child's bedroom to get to you. All the while, the wonderful horde theme keeps playing in the background. Eventually, though, the army does arrive inside of an APC. And with that, we board it and get our way to freedom.
The truck's here, let's go!
Now you've looked at the video timeline. We're not done yet. The Sacrifice, just like Crash Course, was a DLC map added to Left 4 Dead 1. It was actually added to the game after the release of Left 4 Dead 2, which was Valve basically trying to show support for the first game after the second one came out. And leading up to this DLC coming out, a comic was made. A 4-part digital comic named just like the campaign, The Sacrifice. And not only do we find out what happened between Blood Harvest and the Sacrifice campaign, but we find out a lot about the survivors and how the virus works. So before we talk about the campaign, we have to talk about the comics.
I'll see peace back on Earth if I gotta murder every one of you bastards with my bare goddamn hands.
The first comic starts off on a very, very sour note. We see Bill, bloody, beaten, barely conscious, talking about the group. Bill is seemingly in some sort of generator room, bleeding out to death. He points out that he would sacrifice 100 people to keep his group safe, and that's all he's ever wanted, was to keep them safe. We see that Bill is being surrounded by 3 tanks, and the first thing he says is, "Oh, let me just light my cigarette real quick, I'll be with you in a minute." And the last thing he presumably says to these tanks is,
"My job's done. Let's see what you got, you big dumb sons of bitches!"
We then cut back 1 week ago and see a recreation of the finale of Blood Harvest. The survivors are fighting with the skin on their teeth to go ahead and deal with the zombie horde. Eventually though, the APC arrives and Zoe calls out that it's time to leave. However, Bill isn't with the group. Zoe goes out to look for him, Lewis points out that they should probably help, and Francis says that he's been in his Vietnamese mood all night. He then points out 2 things he's learned about Bill in the past few weeks: don't make fun of his beard, and don't interrupt him when he's working. We see that his version of work is gunning down zombie hordes all by himself. Zoe eventually finds him, seeing him gun down the head of a half-dead zombie, and it's kinda hinted that since Bill is, in the lore, a non-veteran, he maybe is having an episode. I mean, sure, it's a bit of a stereotype, non-veterans having PTSD, but it's a stereotype because it happens a lot. After many close encounters with commons, a close encounter with a tank, and a close encounter with a smoker, the survivors all managed to go ahead and board the APC. And now we get to see what was happening inside as they were being driven to the military base. Lewis is ecstatic. He talks about how they don't have to deal with boomers or tanks or witches, they can just relax in the safe zone. But Francis, being who he is not so optimistic. Lewis tries to point out that they're in an armored military vehicle being driven by highly trained soldiers. Can Francis just for once in his life be happy? Before Francis then points out all of the failed attempts at rescue they've been through. In no mercy, they went to the hospital rooftop, pilot got infected and crashed. In Crash Course, they drove till the car couldn't drive anymore. Then, they went ahead and found some people on a boat. However, those people on a boat then kicked them out into a burning city. Then, they got into an airplane in the burning city, only to then crash, then find themselves in the woods, and now they're in an armored carrier. What's to say that it isn't just going to happen again, where they turn out to be infected and they crash? We see that the rescue vehicle points out that they're carrying 4 Tango Mics, which is military lingo for TMs. Now, I'd tell you what this means, but that would spoil a surprise for later. Lewis attempts to thank the drivers through a little hole in the back, but they end up shutting the hole and shutting him up. Francis just points out that this proves his point. They're doomed. These people might kill them for all they know. Lewis tries to go ahead and stay positive and points out that even though they've pretty much almost nearly died 100 times, they're still alive. Francis argues, though, that, as he says, we're living in a zombie apocalypse. There's no way to beat around the bush. Everything's fucked. Yeah, sure, you're gonna go to a safe zone, but you have to live in a world where these things could be outside your door. But after this, we go ahead and cut to a conversation 2 days after the first zombie got infected. And we see an argument between Lewis and a coworker. Lewis is trying to point out that his coworker should come into work instead of calling off sick, and his coworker points out that, well, he's not sick, but he plans on it staying that way. His coworker says that he appreciates Lewis usually being so optimistic, having a glass-half-full attitude, but sometimes it's just not a good time. And his coworker basically points out that everyone's dying, and outside the world looks like it's ending. But then Lewis tries to spin it around and says, well, hey, what if, during this whole apocalypse or whatever, the only 2 people were us in here? You know what that means, right? Trying to hint that they might get a pay raise. Lewis goes ahead and enters the bathroom, ignoring somebody just kind of standing there. He sits in the stall before somebody begins to go ahead and bang on the stall door, and a large puddle of blood seemingly now lands on the floor. Presumably somebody puking up blood. He peeks over the stall to look at the mess, before then the zombie that puked up the blood is now suddenly in the stall with him, trying to tackle him. The zombie manages to get a few bites in him and scratches at him, but Lewis grabs the paper towel dispenser and slams it against the zombie's head until it's dead. Lewis goes back, looking at a dead corpse with a bite wound, before looking at his. He's infected. But little does he realize, he's immune. He stares out into the city. The world outside, just probably mere minutes ago, is starting to end. Now we go ahead and snap. We find out that the person who is calling the survivors Tango Mics is somebody named Captain Mora. He is here to bring the Tango Mics to the doctor of the facility. He asks if the major's there and is told no, but says that he needs to debrief him directly. Before saying, Haven, you would not believe it. I saw it, and I can't believe it. The survivors at this point have fallen asleep in the back of the truck, but the first one to wake up is Bill. Just a nice little nod to the fact that he is pretty much the leader and is trying to stay awake to keep everyone else safe. Another little detail is that Francis and Lewis are kind of on their own, but Zoe is leaning onto Bill. This combined with her much more gentler voice lines to Bill in game show us that they do have some sort of connection. A friendship, a fatherly-like care, one of the two. Something that The Last of Us would shamelessly rip off. And here we get our first real face-to-face interaction with the army. It's not exactly a warm welcome. The first thing they're told is to put their weapons on the floor now. And they are not patient about it. The survivors, taking just a little bit too long as they're trying to process what's going on, are reminded again to put their weapons down and that this is their last warning. Francis, being himself, decides to be a jackass before getting the butt of a gun to his face and falling unconscious. Zoe asks, is this Echo Safe Zone? And the soldier says no. She says, then where are you taking us? Testing. She asks what happens if they pass, and right beside her is an excavator dumping common infected corpses into extremely large piles to be burnt. And with that, comic 1 ends. After this, we move on to the second comic. On the first page, we see what was happening at the army base before the survivors called in. Lieutenant Mora, the man who was driving, and another character, Sergeant Downey, who has the ginger hair, are talking about who they can really trust here. They point out at this point they have not heard from command in about 6 days, and have not heard about any survivors in 10. We also get their stance on the survivors when they point out that Sita has stopped calling them to lecture about how to treat, quote, prisoners. The two of them basically conclude they think they're on their own. They think that their commander, Everly, is out of his mind for even trying to stay here and listen for reports. And here, we get a little bit of a clue as to what being immune entails in this game. They point out that one bad gas mask could put this whole place down, and that they need to put them in the front lines instead of the soldiers. But Lieutenant Morris says that that would kill more innocent people. Also, I find it funny that they whitewashed the radio guy even though he was voiced by a black man. I don't know, I just kind of find that funny. Lieutenant Mora goes ahead and agrees to rescue them, but as we can see by the lighting, He is not happy. We cut back to the present. Francis is finally waking up out of unconsciousness, and we see that him and Lewis are inside of some sort of prison cell. And here we see Lewis's happy demeanor start to break. He's genuinely concerned that they're in danger here. Francis says that he has an idea. He'll try to talk to the soldiers outside the cell. The glass is extremely thick. He's just making mumbles. They eventually turn on the two-way speaker, and the first thing that we hear is Francis yelling about one of the soldiers being short. We also find out that the short one is in fact a woman. And here, she explains that they're in a hermetically sealed, sterile room with an independent ventilation system. For being immune, they're being treated like a zombie. They point out the only way they're coming out there is if they die or if they're on fire. Francis and Lewis bicker, but then the male soldier calls out to Lewis. And here we see, I love this nickname, the army calls the zombies Whiskey Deltas, an abbreviation for WD, Walking Dead. And here he asks, have the Whiskey Deltas been changing? Asking if they've been mutating. And Lewis says, how long have you been here? Have you not been out there? And it turns out, no, they have no idea about the mutations. And here, Lewis explains to the soldiers every single mutant zombie that's out there. The smoker, the hunter, the tank. Francis tries to explain about vampires, and as Lewis is explaining about the special infected, we then cut to Lieutenant Mora and Major Everly also talking about the special infected, but Everly is not curious. He's in disbelief and does not believe a damn word they're saying. Some notes about a giant zombie that blows up, some note about a zombie that can jump 30 feet, that can use its guts as rope. Lieutenant Moore tries to explain, this is what he saw out there going to the farmhouse. And Everly is just not having it. And here, we get a bit of a name drop and explanation as to why the survivors are being so withheld. They are calling them carriers. This means being immune is not actually being immune. You are just as infectious as a zombie. You're just not a zombie. And then, realizing this, the entire rest of the game makes sense now. Think about it. The pilot, he got infected as the survivors got into the helicopter, thus becoming a zombie not too far into the flight. Perhaps the people in the boat were carriers, or by the time they kicked out the survivors, they'd went ahead and mutated after. The plane in dead air crashing, that was because he was with carriers. The survivors are getting stranded over and over, not because of coincidences, but because them being near non-infected individuals is getting them infected. This is what Mora meant when he said that one bad gas mask will take down this entire building. If you're next to, say, Zoe, and she sneezes, it's over for you. And suddenly, the conditions they're in make a lot more sense. Everly points out that these survivors are under their care, and he's aware of Mora's view on carriers, that being he wants to kill them. But Everly points out that there is still a chain of command, and that they still have a job. But as Mora points out, the chain of command has not talked to them in 9 days. And then Mora begins to plan something. At a certain time, he wants all of his men and his platoon gathered up, because he is not going to sacrifice his platoon for a command that will not respond. We now go ahead and cut back to the survivors. The doctor is asking Zoe to go ahead and spit in the dish. She tries to explain, we're immune. Why do you need me to spit in a dish before a soldier threatens to shoot her for not doing so? The doctor says that unfortunately they still can't leave. He needs to inspect her wounds. And Zoe is arguably pissed off and annoyed she has to do all this, but her bit of anger causes the soldier to damn near go ahead and tackle her. But her and Bill put together a little plan on the fly and take the soldier's gun. His first response is not to cry for backup, to yell that he's had his gun taken away, but to not breathe on him. His gas mask is up. He's scared that being near a carrier breathing on him will get him infected. Zoe points out that all she did was hit him with the butt of a gun, but the doctor says that she might have killed him. And the doctor here goes ahead and explains that they are carriers. They've been transmitting this virus everywhere they go their entire journey through Philadelphia. Bill points out that they're not here to rescue them, are they? They're here to herd them up. Zoe asks that if he's a doctor, hasn't there been a cure, or they're at least working on a cure? And he points out that this virus is not a normal virus, despite the name green flu. This virus, according to him, mutates every 24 hours. One day, you spread it via a cough. The next, it's in the air. The next, it's only on germs. As he says, they're trying to make a cure for a virus they cannot even pin down. He then points out that the gene that allows people to be carriers is often carried on the father's side, and mistakenly assumes that Bill is Zoe's father. And Zoe suddenly has a 1,000-yard stare and says that that's not my dad. And we finally get her flashback. We cut back to Zoe inside of her parents' apartment. Her parents are arguing about her and her film school. I didn't point out when talking about the survivors, but a thing about Zoe and kind of a joke with her is that she'll often point out quotes and references to various movies.
Oh, nice. A cabin in the middle of nowhere. I know how this movie ends. You maniacs! You blew it up! God damn you! God damn you all to hell! I hate putting the lotion in the basket. Soylent Green is people!
Showing her interest in film. And we see that she has been 1 semester into this film school and is already ready to drop out. Zoe's parents tell her that she's just been doing nothing but watching zombie and vampire movies all day, and Zoe jokes that it's research for what's going on outside. Her father says that, well, if film school is failing, she can always go ahead and try to be in the force like her dad. But mid-argument, some zombie man just randomly enters their apartment. Her father grabs his gun, but as he's grabbing it, the zombie bites Zoe's mother, tearing a chunk of her face off. Her father shoots the zombie, but it's a little bit too late for her mother. Half of her face is gone. Zoe goes to go ahead and call the police, but the phone line is busy. Her father goes to comfort her mother as she's in terrible pain, and within maybe even less than a goddamn minute, she becomes a zombie. And it's here I want to go ahead and not only remind you this virus mutates every day, but some graffiti that we saw on top of the rooftop of No Mercy. How people were arguing about how long it takes to turn. The people were arguing because, unbeknownst to them, this thing mutates every day. So one day, you can turn in 5 minutes. The next, it takes a week. Zoe's father is unfortunately bitten and clawed at by her now zombified mother, before her father eventually is able to go ahead and shoot her. Her father is in a horrible state, and cannot be saved. She says she'll try to get a med kit or something to go ahead and fix him, but it's too late. Her father, trying to... oh my god. I get too emotionally attached to fictional characters, goddamn. Her father tries to crack one last joke to lighten the mood before he goes, asking if she remembers those scenes in zombie movies where somebody would turn and they had to go ahead and put him down, and how they'd always go ahead and make fun of those moments. This time there's nothing to make fun of. I know this is a bit of a stretch, but I would argue that Zoe, out of all the survivors, probably has the most depressing backstory. Maybe it's because I'm young and I want to be content creator, so maybe it's a bit more relatable for me. Maybe it's because I really care about my mom or something, but just her backstory always got me teary-eyed. Fuck, I'm teary-eyed recording this audio. But it's the fact that she had to go ahead and basically put her father down, or he would just suffer a painful death, or turn. Or would he? The doctor did point out the gene comes from the father. So if her father wasn't so severely wounded, he would have actually been able to survive. Now, for some reason, a lot of Left 4 Dead fans say that, oh, Zoe just didn't know he was immune, and that's why she shot him. Homie, look at his wounds. The fuck is a first aid kit gonna do? When you're that severely mangled, you need a hospital room to save you. Her just using a med kit would not fix this man up. This was, rather tragically, the most kind thing she could do to put him out of his misery. Cutting back to the modern time, we see Zoe crying, most likely remembering all this at the mention of her father. And here the doctor reveals that, just like them, he's a carrier. And the only reason he hasn't been shot yet and thrown into the fire is because he's a doctor. He might be able to make a cure. But as he's talking, a siren goes off, and Zoe and Bill immediately get angry and point out that what they're doing is stupid. Think about it. Every time in the game, we have attracted a horde. Okay, well, minus the finale segment, every other time we have attracted a horde, what was the cause? Sound. The military-grade sirens in the army base are now going off. Zoe grabs the doctor and explains that they need to get to the armory now. And here we see that Lieutenant Mora has went ahead and taken things in his own hands. He is already going ahead and gathering his men and is calling for an evacuation. He is no longer waiting for Chain of Command's words to go ahead and decide what happens. He is pulling out now and wanted to pull out of here yesterday. We eventually, though, cut back to Lewis and see that he's realizing what's been going on with them being carriers. They've been infecting the pilots all this time, causing all the crashes. But eventually they too hear the sirens and immediately tell the guards, just like what Zoe and Bill did, they need out and they need guns. But as the soldiers are trying to process why they're asking for weaponry, the sounds of somebody screaming is coming down the hallway. A soldier has been damn near shredded in half, and we soon see what caused this. A witch. The soldiers are just about to go ahead and gun the thing down before Lewis is able to intervene and explain to them that that is not what they need to do. They need to put their guns down, stay right up against the wall, and just wait for her to walk by. And also, I'd like to point out, this is the first time we've seen a witch walking around. The only time the witch is on her feet is when we anger her. But here, we see her actually walking around. And in some Left 4 Dead style humor, after the witch leaves, they immediately open the door and say, "Alright, zombie experts, let's go ahead and take you to the armory." But as they're going down, a boomer shows up in the hallway. Francis tackles it down the stairs, runs back up, and tells the soldiers to go ahead and shoot the thing. But unfortunately, some goo got onto Francis, and so all 4 of them collectively gather together and gun down the incoming horde. That was Comic 2. Comic 3 starts out with the soldiers and the outer perimeter of the army base. The soldiers seem relaxed about what Lieutenant Mora is doing, assuming everything is going to be fine, but maybe less than a minute after the sirens go out, a hunter already found its way into the base and is shredding one of the soldiers, and a smoker, not even mere seconds later, is now choking the other. My bad, I forgot. He actually beats his skull in until it's half popped. We now see ourselves back with Zoe, Bill, and the doctor, trying to make their way to the armory using chairs and furniture that they find as weaponry. And in the armory, Francis and Lewis have been waiting. But more importantly, there's MREs. And probably my favorite conversation in this panel is Francis being a sarcastic asshole and asking how the prognosis went with Bill. And Bill says, "I'm happy to hear your bullshit again." The now 7-group army here goes ahead and tries to put together a plan. To the east of the base is a train depot. Specifically, a train depot for troop transport. They point out it's about a quarter mile away, and the soldiers say, "That's a quarter mile of zombies. Are you sure we can get there?" And Bill points out, they walked to here. They can make it across the courtyard. As they're all planning, Zoe goes ahead and talks to Francis, and asks how is Francis able to still crack jokes when everything just keeps getting worse. And Francis says that for him, this zombie apocalypse is the best thing that ever happened. And now, we go ahead and find Francis's flashbacks and learn where his whole "hey, I'm a cop" thing came from. We see Francis is trying to run away with a TV he stole and is trying to tell the police that he is a police officer. Before we then see that he's explaining this story to his bar biker friends and explaining why he's going to go to prison. We also see that Francis actually had a girlfriend, a woman named Sandra. The two of them go ahead and leave for a moment to get a little bit more intimate before she then begins to puke after giving him a kiss. Now, I know this is a comic, so who knows how far the time passage here is, but may I remind you, all they did was start making out, and she almost immediately began to turn. Francis's biker buddies go in and rescue him pretty much last minute, and explain to him that the zombie apocalypse has now started. And Francis, who's lived his life having to worry about authority and crime, is ecstatic and happy. He no longer has to deal with the police, with law. He can just do whatever he wants now. And yes, that image in the background of the comic is that one Dead Rising character. The first thing they do after going ahead and realizing all this is bring the jukes box upstairs and try to go ahead and throw a party. The outbreak has just started, and they go ahead and start counting down how many zombies they can kill. Now, bit of a dumb theory, but a small part of me would like to think that maybe some of Francis's unnamed friends might have became the Angels of Death. I mean, it would fit with this whole mentality of just, let's celebrate, it's the zombie apocalypse, have fun, make it a sport. But it's more of just my own little personal headcanon. For all I know, they are literally their own faction who have their own survivors. We cut back to the base and see that Lieutenant Laura's plan is going absolutely swimmingly. We can also tell Laura apart from his men due to his gas mask having red visors. But unfortunately, during the firefight, his gas mask is yanked off and he's scratched by a zombie. And his men who he's trying to get out, see this. When they're asked by him to go ahead and yank him up, they say no. He's infected now. And we see him go ahead and just try to cope. He says, just throw me a spare. If I turn, they'll kill me. Just pull me up, damn it. As he gets swarmed, though, we see the survivors, now armed to the teeth, go ahead and head down. Bill goes ahead and tells their new friends their place, explaining that they are meant to follow them and only them. Zoe tries to ask Bill about this whole thing of going south, but Bill says he'll explain it on the train. And she points out that they also aren't going to just leave the new meat behind, right? And Bill says, watch me. Zoe gives an asinine response asking, are you just going to leave us too? And he says never. This shows us that Bill does not care about anyone else but these three, just like what we saw in the very first page of the comic. The doctor says that he's kind of glad that there's no zombies out here, before Lewis points out a terrifying analogy. Zombies are like piranhas. They ain't too choosy about who they attack, you know? Point being, you jump into a lake full of piranhas, and you ain't getting attacked, means there's a shark around. Loud banging is seemingly coming from the side, most likely a tank. But they look to their side, and instead see Lieutenant Mora, mauled to death, half zombified, aiming a gun. And here, we get a look at the infected's point of view. The infected are hallucinating. Now maybe it's just a mid-turn hallucination, but presuming that this is what people who are infected see, this kind of explains why the infected are trying to possibly attack us. When they look at us, they see these demons, these horrific creatures. To the infected, they're trying to stop a monster, where to us, we're trying to stop a monster. Bill gets tired of Lewis and Francis trying to negotiate and make jokes, and just knocks the guy on his ass. But while he's still breathing, he tries to gun down one of them before a tank punches his head clean off. The survivors in the distance see a helicopter with Morley on it. However, the tank manages to go ahead, jump up, grab the helicopter, and throw it. However, some debris from the helicopter explosion hits a car nearby and causes it to leak some oil. Lewis, being very smart here, goes ahead, gets in the car as it's leaking oil, drives ahead, and Bill, using one of his cigarettes, lights the oil trail on fire. And unfortunately, the two soldiers go ahead and part ways with the group. They see that up ahead is a holdout spot where the two of them can go ahead and try to help their comrades. But on the next page, it doesn't look too hopeful for those soldiers. Now the current group is the main four and the doctor. Bill goes ahead and gets onto the train, starting it up. The doctor is unfortunately behind, and Bill refuses to slow down the train. The doctor is presumably yanked by a smoker, and we watch as the two soldiers who just earlier said they'd be fine are being torn apart by the hordes. Zoe begs Bill to stop the train, to let the people on that they can trust on, but he doesn't stop the train, and thus they leave the army base, leaving the base to go ahead and fall apart as the infected now turn it into their new home. Before we get to the final comic, I just want to point out a bit of an answer to the question I asked in the intro. The reason that the army failed to do anything is because Sita just stopped talking to them. They stopped explaining their orders and just gave up. Meanwhile, to the army, the only thing they were aware of was common infected. They didn't know about tanks, about smokers, about hunters, about boomers, about witches. None of that existed to them. And this explains why there's so many just abandoned army outposts and zombified soldiers. They went out there thinking they were just gunning down hordes of sick people who were charging at them, until they realized that a few of them could use their intestines to yank them into those hordes, and some others could fling cars. The army failed because they were not aware of these horrific mutations. They failed because Sita didn't communicate with them what was going on, because Sita went radio silent when things went tits up. The army failed because they were not warned at all by the horrors of this virus. Said virus so deadly that they have to wear a gas mask near somebody who's immune because for all they know, the green flu might feel a little bit silly today and decide to be airborne, or maybe it's spread via coughs today. Who knows? It's a dice roll every day. And the mutations itself are explained by this. The green flu causes these things because it mutates every day. Smokers were people who most likely weren't having their intestines flipped around by the green flu, but instead were people who, when the green flu infected them, it decided to go ahead and give them cancerous growths. Witches are likely women who got infected when the virus just said, not feeling it today. It was in such a weakened form of mutation it allowed them to keep a little bit of humanity, that being their sobs. The army could not win against this no matter how hard they tried, because not even Sita knows what the hell it is. Anyway, on to Comic 4. Comic 4 begins with Francis having a dream about living on an island with boats full of topless women, and Bill being his little beer servant. But eventually, Zoe goes ahead and tries to wake him up, but he falls right back asleep and dreams of his women and beer. Here we see the new plan. Bill has decided that the survivors are going to go ahead and go to the Florida Keys. They're just going to live on an island and try to live off the land. And Zoe is furious. Bill has allowed God knows how many people to die, all for the sake of saving 3 carriers. Yes, they're practically a family with how much they care about each other, but at the end of the day, they're 4 people who are stuck together because of circumstance. She points out that they could try to find other carriers, build an army, try to fight off the virus, but Bill says that there's no point. They've been trying to fight, and they keep losing. And here, we get a really good look at Zoe and Bill's thought process on the apocalypse. Bill has kind of just accepted that the world's over. There's no way to fix it. We can't fix it. The world's beyond screwed. We have to pull off a Project Zomboid here and just kind of live on our own. Live off the land, try to survive. But Zoe doesn't see it that way. She wants the old world back. She thinks that they can win this, that this can be won over, that they can survive this. She even basically accuses Bill of just enjoying this. She wants to wipe out the infected. She'll kill every one of these bastards with her goddamn bare hands if it means clearing the world of these things. But Bill, he just wants to run away on an island and live there? It is two different mindsets that you can perfectly understand here. It makes sense to accept that the world is just fucked, but it also makes sense to want to try to at least try to fight. However, their argument is awkwardly interrupted when Francis wakes up and decides he's going to go hang out with Lewis. Zoe goes ahead and does the same, leaving Bill to just sit on his own. And then we get Bill's flashback. Bill is inside of a veterans hospital. A doctor asks if he's expecting family, and then seemingly hints that Bill has no family left. We then go ahead and see Bill just decide to light up a cigarette and not give a shit. Very true boomer energy from this man. We then cut to Bill going under some sort of procedure. Now, for some reason, people assume he's in Mercy Hospital because in the Payday games, he showed up as an Easter egg, but that entire level was just kind of a crossover. Like, that level shouldn't have any plot convenience. It was just another game doing a funny. Like, that's it. Video games do that a lot, dude. Master Chief showing up in Fortnite is not, like, canon, alright? Anyway, Bill is going under anesthesia for a procedure. However, midway through, one of the nurses in there becomes infected. And Bill, half under the effects of anesthesia, goes ahead and manages to acquire a weapon and fight his way out of the veterans hospital. He seemingly makes his way back to his old home and throws on his old army uniform before charging out in the streets to gun down more zombies. We now cut back to modern times, and we see in this next scene, and it just kind of reminds you how normalized killing zombies is for them at this point, Francis and Zoe having conversations as they just casually gun down common infected. Zoe explains that she's angry, but it's hard to explain. This has all happened so fast, and they've been through all this together, so they feel like family, but it's also just not what she wants. And here, we also realize that Bill is specifically looking for a sailboat. This way, they don't need to go ahead and get gas every time they need to venture off the island for supplies. Lewis, forgetting this, manages to find a giant boat, but when near an entrance point, something begins to yank him down, and he's eventually rescued, and it turns out that it was a witch. One of a dozen. If that thing yanked Lewis in there, the only thing left of him would have been his necktie. Also, inside of the boat are two extremely large cameras, which it's kind of implied that all of these witches, judging by the fact they're wearing nothing but their bras and underwear, were here for some sort of lewd video. But then possibly one of them got infected, and now it's just a room full of crying women who were there to film things. Or maybe I'm just dirty-minded and there was just a camera in there and I'm just thinking way too hard into it. But eventually, they do go ahead and manage to find a sailboat. And not only that, but there is tons and tons of food and medical supplies within it. There's just one problem. The bridge to cross over to the islands is lowered. They need to raise it. They go ahead and instantly recognize that doing this is going to probably make a lot of noise and summon every zombie in the town. We eventually then go ahead and jump cut to them going ahead and raising the bridge. However, the bridge then stops. And up ahead, an army of zombies, and looks like countless tanks, are charging at them. Lewis, for once, and pretty much the entire thing, becomes extremely doubtful, saying that it's been a good run. But Bill cuts him off and runs headfirst into the horde. There, he restarts the generator that was there to go ahead and raise the bridge, allowing it to properly raise. And here, we see Bill go ahead and narrate his own thoughts. You'll never stop coming, do you? Every time I think we're done, every time I think she's finally safe, I can finally rest, there you are again, like a bad nightmare. And I have had enough. Bill tries to make it back, but gets flung by a tank into a room. And here we realize it's where the very first comic began. Francis says that he's going to go ahead and get Bill. He's going to try to rescue him, but they realize with the horde down there, the number of tanks, he's gone. But due to his sacrifice, they get back on the boat and drive away to the islands, and manage to go ahead and live on the land and wait this apocalypse out, or maybe just live like that. And without directly stating it, we see that Zoe has basically become this group's new leader. The first thing she says after going ahead and getting her tears out is that they need to wait out, keep an eye out for smokers, and after that the horde will go away. And then they'll get on the boat and get out. And the final page of the comic shows the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors near the islands. This comic not only shows us how the group's journey ends, but also reveals everything about their backstories, who they were, why they act the way they do, and how the virus works. But, like I said earlier, this was a comic for a campaign. Let's talk about the campaign.
I'd like to put it to a vote that maybe we shouldn't go rot on an island in the middle of nowhere and actually, help everybody else fight the... Yeah, ready.
Okay. I vote for the island paradise where we don't have to fight any more zombies.
Compared to other maps in Left 4 Dead, the Sacrifice probably has the most varied starting conversations out of all of them. They range from Francis and Bill discussing them getting a sailboat, to Zoe and Bill arguing about their opinions on how to handle the apocalypse.
Good thing we left all those people behind so we could escape.
If we stayed, no one would have escaped.
Really? How can you be sure?
Zoe, I can't.
Well, better get moving. Remember, if you fall behind, Bill thinks it's okay to let you die.
Zoe, no one here is being left behind.
Sure. It's the rest of the world we can just let die.
To one where Francis and Lewis are like, ooh man, it's a little bit awkward here with Zoe and Bill. Now, while not always guaranteed to play, usually there's a voice line from Bill pointing out that they're looking for not specifically a boat, but a sailboat. This is so that whenever they need to go ahead and head back to the mainland, they don't need to worry if they have enough gas to get there in the first place. They can just use the wind. The survivors have stopped the train at a U.S. Armed Forces Reserve Center. But as we could see in the intro, between them gunning down the zombies and the fact that the building is on fire, this building is not holding up anymore. Just across from there is a torn up fence, and we can see the cause of the tear was a military vehicle driving out into the water. And here, we also see some really good environmental storytelling as to what was happening here at the docks. We can see a suitcase, and right next to it is just some clothes. People were likely getting on boats with either their family or the military to try to get away from all this, but unfortunately, they couldn't. After going ahead and grabbing our gear, we go ahead and pass by some parked vehicles, one of which has a dead woman with a flashlight. And this one dead woman, I feel like points out something a lot of people don't really talk about when it comes to Valve's design, and that's using lighting to guide the player. You see, you don't need yellow paint or need a bunch of compasses on your map. As long as you give the characters a clear goal, we're going to either do blank or find blank and have light to guide the way, it should be easy for the player to find out where they need to go. Heading up, we can see this dock was designed as basically a place to seemingly sell boats. And we can see past the gate a military vehicle and a crashed aircraft. It seems like this place, judging by the very, very heavy military presence here, was a place for people to try to evacuate. However, eventually, the outbreak came here, and it wasn't a very good evacuation point then. Also, something I find of note is that the corpses that we see at the fenced-off entrance are inside, not outside, which implies that they closed the gate to keep infected out, not realizing they had already gotten in. And through an alleyway, we see this level's new little gimmick, explosive barrels. Now, while the fact they only show up in this map is a little disappointing, you also have to think from the fact that Left 4 Dead and pretty much every Source game was designed to have fan levels be a thing. Think of it how, like in Half-Life 2, there's, maybe some things that show up once or twice, but for a fan level, they can use it all they want. So explosive barrels, while in-game, are sadly only limited to this map. For custom map makers, it's a new tool they can use. Explosive barrels are what they say on the tin. A barrel, you shoot it, it blows up, causes a little bit of a fire around it. And then along with that, the top part, which flies off, will then land down and create another mini fire. However, unlike say gas cans and propane tanks, which can do friendly fire if shot, you shoot this one too close, you're gonna go down. Essentially an explosive weapon similar to the gas cans and propane that's 12 times deadlier, but also is 12 times riskier. Further ahead, we can see more and more of the Army's failed attempts at handling the situation. We can see that they've seemingly had to resort to bombing a bridge. Now granted, this could be due to a lack of maintenance, but let's be honest, a bridge cannot rot that fast. What's most likely here is that the army failed to hold out and evacuate people at the coast, and bombed and covered their tracks to prevent the infected from reaching them. And usually, when near the water, a survivor will point out, "Hey, Bill, there's a boat, but it's sunken," before Bill then clarifies, "No, we're looking for a sailboat."
Hey, found one.
That's not a sailboat, and it's on fire.
Found one.
Francis, that boat's underwater.
Look, Bill, this boat has wheels.
Son, that's a trailer, and you're an idiot.
Just so in case the random intro dialogue from earlier of Bill saying we're looking for that doesn't play, you have that right there. Further ahead, we see signs of human activity. We find a barricade on fire, and near this barricade is some corpses. And behind the barricade, we can see the equipment used to dump the corpses there in the first place. It seems that survivors, just like the army, are burning infected corpses to try to go ahead and prevent infection. But in a garage right next to it, we can find graffiti outside of a safe room, which, may I remind you, with the exception of the other DLC map, this basically never happens.
Can't take it anymore. Goodbye. Push the damn button.
Atlanta is safe.
Dylan, heading to Atlanta. I'm changing into one of them. Why is this happening? Donovan, Dad caught it. I had to kill him.
Molly, I can't find the kids. I hope you have them. I'm leaving with the others. Claude. Pete was here.
The army pulled out this morning. We're on our own now. Cowards. They were overrun, dumbass. Ceta said Atlanta is safe. Ray, we thought it'd be safer here. It's not. Get out while you can.
And then underneath a table appears to be a drawing depicting a boomer summoning a horde with the name Tyler next to it. Outside of this building, we go ahead and find what looks like a little yard for boats to be parked, and right in front of them is a derailed train car. The train car itself has multiple biohazard warnings and some text on its door saying "Property of the United States Army." And inside of the train, we can hear a tank. And probably one of my favorite segments of probably the entirety of Left 4 Dead, one player has to open the train car to let the tank out. It is so just insane, and I just love it. I love those moments where if you're playing on a really high difficulty, you look at your friends and you're like, okay, who should go? Who has the highest HP? Who has the best gun? Who knows how to dodge a tank good? And in my opinion, this kind of brings up one of the few flaws I feel Left 4 Dead 1 has that I feel like this segment remedies. Many segments are simply just something makes noise or you do something that summons a horde. And like I said, the gameplay loop is fun. However, that's always what it is. Something makes noise and you have to fight a horde with some specials sprinkled throughout. There's no forced witch encounters, there's no forced special infected spawns, but this is one of the few times that there is. You have to kill a tank in this part. You can't get around it. And it's not like the finales either. This is just chapter 1 of 3. If there's one thing that the second game did way better than the first, it's having lots of segments like this. Anyway, we go ahead and open the train car and have to deal with this tank. And this tank has a very particular model. This tank is shaven bald, has a Marine Corps tattoo on his chest, and appears to be wearing army shorts. And along with that, he has leather restraints on his wrists. It appears to be that the army had one of their Marines get mutated, turn into a tank, and they tried to take him to possibly a CETA research lab or just somewhere to study the tank. But either the conductor got infected, or maybe the tank slammed his fist into the side of the train and derailed it. But whatever caused it, the tank now just sits here inside of a train car, just making angry noises. And I love the fact that this tank in this part of the game looks different. It helps to make it stick out. And it just leads me to wonder, why didn't they give the church guy a unique appearance? You did it for this map, but like you couldn't have gone back? But anyway. Once we actually enter the train car he was stored in, we learn why his hands are so bloody. Corpses that have been damn near reduced to just mush sit in the train car. Blood covering almost the entire thing, almost to the ceiling. It would appear that either other zombies or other people, if we want to get dark, were inside the train car with the tank. Perhaps what was happening here, as there is a biohazard warning on the door, is that they were carrying people who were infected. Perhaps the person who was infected as a tank was possibly infected when the green flu decided it would take a week to mutate. So, on this train right here, he became a tank and killed all the other infected or people turning inside the train car. Perhaps the tank, not being able to release his anger on any other thing, just killed the zombies in there. Whatever it may be, the tank has absolutely killed whoever was meant to be in here. Going through this train car, we find howitzers that were seemingly being delivered to probably whatever military base this tank was going to. Through some more knocked over trains and fires, we find ourselves now in what appears to be some sort of construction or brickyard. Further ahead, we realize that this seemingly is a brick factory. The building itself is oddly well lit with flares, which implies that after the train got derailed, surviving soldiers tried to get through here and set up flares as either a way to light the path, a way for soldiers trying to catch up to know where they were going, or just, I don't know, just Valve put it there because lighting is a really good way to guide the player. But eventually, we go ahead and find a generator right outside of a safe room. Said generator basically giving that room 90% of its lighting. And inside that safe room is the following graffiti.
Allison, Mark has a sailboat ready at the bridge. Meet us there.
Head to Atlanta. It's in the water.
Lars, we found Mom. She was sitting in a ditch crying. She killed Dad when he tried to help her. She's one of them now. Cat.
Lou F. turned into one of the big ones. The army is holding out in Atlanta. I heard gunfire in the north today. Explosions, too. Infected can't swim, heading for the barges.
There's no food on those barges.
And then some Japanese graffiti. Now, normally, if you don't know Japanese, you just can't read this. However, sometimes Lewis will translate it, and here we learn that apparently he interned in Tokyo.
What the hell does this mean?
Let me see. Taki, I love you, goodbye.
Whoa, how'd you do that?
I interned in Tokyo.
Bullshit. Say Bill's an idiot in Japanese.
Bill-san, baka desu.
Nice.
Just a weird little detail to learn about Lewis, that apparently he went all the way there just for an internship. And also sometimes in here, Bill and Zoe will argue and bicker about their stances of leaving everything behind to go get on a sailboat and head to the islands. And while I've been kind of just summarizing that fact, there is one argument they have that I don't know, the delivery on Bill's lines, I love it.
Bill, I'm not ready to give up on everything yet.
Damn it, Zoe. We trusted CETA. We trusted the military. And they left us to die. You think they'll ever let us back in? We're on our own, kid. It's high time you started acting like it.
Heading out of the safe house, we go ahead and find ourselves outside of the brick factory and soon leave it. Past the factory, we now find ourselves nearing another factory. And right next to the two factories is a highway. The highway is covered in cars of all types, some of them even having their headlights on. And once again, I just want to point out something beautiful about Valve's design here. This conveniently placed highway not only shows us how people were trying to most likely flee to the docks and couldn't because of traffic jams, but also it's told to us via a slightly tilted truck in a car that has fallen down into this much more forest-like area that a car fell due to the traffic, and thus if a tank spawns here, he now has something to throw at the survivors. This not only, one, adds to the story and environment, but two, aids in gameplay when fighting a tank. Things like this are stuff that I love in video games, and I feel like too many of them don't do that. But along with this, although it's a little hard to see, if you look near where the highway is going, there's a city in the background, and said city is on fire. Not exactly to the scale of Dead Air, thank God, but enough for the smoke to be pretty dang visible. But after that, we find ourselves in an auto warehouse. More explosive barrels sit through here and are able to be used should a horde try flying in through the doorways and windows. Outside, beyond the offices, most likely used for the HR of the said warehouse, we now find ourselves in somewhere. This area appears to be a fueling station for large trucks, but I could be wrong. I'm not exactly the smartest when it comes to like anything about industrial stuff or maintenance stuff, so maybe this is a truck stop for refilling, maybe it's not, I don't know, but I think the corpse with the flare near it lighting up the corpse's face is really cool looking, and I really like the look of it. After this, we go through a building that appears to be under construction, and further through that, we see what happened to John and Amanda from Death Toll. Inside of a basin, we can see the exact same boat they used sitting in the water. Now, as much as I want to say that this is definitive proof, this unironically could just be asset reusage, as right across from it in a barricade near the basin is the exact same boat model as well. So either both of these are just the same asset being used to convey a story, or the one we see in the basin is the boat that they used, and the other one that's copy and pasted for the barricade is actually just being reused as an asset. However, I'd like to imagine the one we see in the basin was in fact the one that they drove, and it feels good to see them there. After passing through the basin, a barge, and some sort of office building or through the street, we now find ourselves in some sort of loading area for cement trucks. And then further beyond this, we find a giant pile of gravel and what appears to be a giant ore ship. Going up the gravel pile, fool me once with crows, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Now, what makes this horde event a lot more unique is that walking up the gravel hill slows you down tremendously. And so what happens is, if not everybody is bundled together, then some people might be able to move across on the bridge just fine, while others are still catching up dealing with the horde. And while sure the barge might be a good place to try to survive, there's lots of holes in it, a smoker could drag you into them, and overall, it's just a chaotic horde event. And I love this area for it. It's a nice chaotic place to have a fight, and it's pretty clear by this point that seeing as this DLC was also made while Left 4 Dead 2 was being made, Valve learned how to make levels way better. Like I said, the horde events in this game are good. Do not at all think what I'm saying here is trying to dog on the base game. This DLC just improves it massively. The only other finale I can really compare it to is the No Mercy Hospital rooftop, where you kind of have all this verticality, but in the barge, falling down is usually not a good thing. Further ahead, guided by, and you never guess it, more flares, we now find ourselves entering onto another barge, now tilted over. Past this, we climb over some boxes and find ourselves back into the city proper. And here we can see what appears to be an attempt at a military fortification. However, it appears that some infected truck driver unfortunately broke down the barricade. And further ahead, we find the next safe room. Inside of this safe room is some of the last graffiti we'll ever read in Left 4 Dead 1. So let's go ahead and take a read. God. And in the graffiti, we see a familiar faction, the Angels of Death. And here, they now have a new member, Jamie. The Angels of Death have traveled all the way to here, just like us, and have gathered a new member. A lot of people want Left 4 Dead 3 to have, like, the Midnight Riders or something. I want them to have the Angels of Death, dude. Like, can you imagine, like, 8-player zombie horde shooting? Like, oh my god, dude, that'd be so fucking peak. If Valve could figure out how to make Portal a co-op game, they could probably figure out how to make Left 4 Dead Left 8 Dead. And here, the Angels have even left their own message, saying that they're clearing the way for you sorry excuses for survivors. Not only are they killing zombies and have a large group, they're enjoying it. And it feels funny because looking at them, we kind of sort of see 3 different mindsets here. Zoe wants to fix the world and try to get it back to what it was going to. Bill wants to run away and live on the land. The Angels of Death embrace the end and are having fun. But along with that is plenty of other graffiti.
Allison, bridge's down. We are screwed. They ate my cat. Fire in the mountains. Lisa, George is not dead. He's with us. Elle.
Hey, Molly. Meet me in town. We'll have some fun. Brock.
I only realized this in post, but the person, Brock, is an Angel of Death, so he wrote that.
Sent 4 over to scout. Haven't returned. Haven't seen or heard a peep in 2 days. Infected moving in and out of alley. Still hearing sporadic gunfire. They are still infected on the roof. Going for the bridge. God protect us. Infected in the alley. This checkpoint was secured by C-115th.
Now that last bit of graffiti I didn't really understand, but from what research I could do, it is either a Bible quote or it stands for Command 1 15th Platoon. But after a very brief cut through an alleyway, we find ourselves inside of a town and a bridge, and near that bridge is a sailboat. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Just like the comic, we have to start generators to go ahead and get the bridge to go down. And doing so will not only spawn a horde, but also spawn a tank per generator. So you could have all your teammates activate every generator at once, but then you're going to be fighting like 3 to 4 tanks. So often it's a good idea to activate one generator, hold out from the horde and tank, and then start the next. Also inside of here is a jukes box, and with the jukes box, we can start listening to some tunes. The jukes box can play various songs by a fictional band in the Left 4 Dead universe called Midnight Riders. We'll hear more about them when we talk about Left 4 Dead 2, but we can hear their song One Bad Man. Their song Midnight Ride. Save Me Some Sugar. And All I Want for Christmas.
Alright. Merry Christmas.
Along with this, a rendition of When the Saints Go Marching In can sometimes play. And the end credits song to Portal 1.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success.
And one of the final songs that can play on here is a song called Re Your Brains. It is by real-life musician Jonathan Colton.
Hey Tom, it's Bob from the office down the hall. It's good to see you, buddy. How have you been? Things have been okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now.
But you see, what makes this song unique is that when you hit the chorus, a zombie horde is programmed to spawn in.
But here's an FYI, you're all gonna die screaming.
It is the only jukebox song that will actually do this. But with the jukeboxes out of the way, we can start talking about the level itself again. Near the main generator is 4 medkits, an ammo pile, and every tier 2 weapon you could dream of. We can also go ahead and find just various items throughout the level. And eventually, after going ahead and starting up all the generators, the bridge begins to raise. But you read the comic earlier, right? The bridge does start to rise, however, as it's rising, it then stops. At least one survivor needs to rush down and go ahead and start the generator back up. And something unique about this map is that in most, well, all Left 4 Dead maps actually, if everybody dies, it's game over. If at least one person makes it to the safe house or rescue, then you win. But here, there must be at least one survivor on the bridge after it's risen, and one person who sacrifices themselves. If there is only one survivor left, and they're on the bridge, and thus them sacrificing themselves would kill them, then it's a game over. It is one of the few campaigns to ever have a fail state that isn't just everyone is dead. Now, canonically, in the storyline, the survivor to sacrifice themselves was Bill. And to emphasize this, Bill's voice lines when he sacrifices themselves are heroic. They're emotional.
Stay there! I got it! Don't get off the bridge, I have this! You guys mean everything to me! You guys are the only family I got! Take care of each other!
Were the other survivors when they sacrificed themselves? Well, it sounds like they were written last minute, we'll put it that way.
Can you try? Stay put. I'll be right back. I hope. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? This is the last time you're gonna see these. Guns.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Stay there. Don't get off the bridge. I swear to God I'm coming back. Hey guys, remember when I said don't come after me? I was kidding. Can someone come get me? Ah!
Jesus, I'm brave. Guess I better save everybody. I hate suicide missions. All right. Guess I better save everybody. Don't try to talk me out of this. Anyone?
But with that, that is the end of the Sacrifice campaign, and thus, every Left 4 Dead 1 map reviewed, analyzed, looked at, and with that, we can start analyzing the other game mode. You forgot The Last Stand. Are you gonna cover that one?
I can't get over how fast they all are. It's not even fair. I'm calling zombie bullshit on that, you know? They're not allowed to be so fast.
Along with campaign mode, Left 4 Dead features two other game modes, Survival and Versus. Now, some observant viewers might have noticed I've been using clips of both modes throughout this video, and, well, I guess it's time I finally explain what they are. Let's start simple. Survival mode. Survival mode is a mode that's all about trying to hold out as long as possible. Basically, what they do is they go ahead and take certain segments of the Left 4 Dead levels, cut off the way that would lead forward and cut off the way that would lead back, and ask you to go ahead and just survive till you die. Here, we really get to feel the full force of the AI director that spawns in the hordes when it isn't limiting itself. Zombie hordes come in large waves with very, very small amounts of breathing room. Tanks will continue to spawn over and over, and as time goes on, you might even be fighting multiple tanks at once. Special infected spawn limits are just not capped. You can deal with 2 to 3 smokers and 2 to 3 hunters all at once. It's chaotic, it's insane, and it just gets crazy as time goes on. And it simply is all about just holding out as long as possible, and I love it. It's just fun. It's also the one time that when getting footage, I ever got slightly toxic with my teammate. You wanna fucking help the old man fight the goddamn tank?
Oh, I can't see! I can't see! I can't
What the fuck is going on? Give me in! Shit! Shit! Louis, you blind motherfucker! Oh,
you are my sunshine.
Okay, well, looks like I'm going over there then.
Ammo time.
I just forgot to jump. I'm a...
Oh god!
Roll the box.
Shoot the fucking smoke! Louis!
Elvin!
Louis!
Elvin!
Motherfucker, shoot the infected! Sheldon, shoot the fucking infected!
I'm fucking trying!
Try harder! Calm down, white boy! Ah! And that map earlier I mentioned, The Last Stand, is unique in the fact that this map is exclusive to survival mode. It is not a campaign, but a map completely limited to survival mode with only one level, that being a lighthouse. The lighthouse itself is not in the best condition. The stairway leading to the actual light of the lighthouse is completely destroyed. Beside us are giant cliffs that lead to the ocean and a fenced-off entranceway. But one thing I like is that despite this map being more or less all about just starting up a generator for the lighthouse and then holding out, there's little bits of environmental storytelling. It would seem that, similar to the predicament the survivors are in, people did try to hold out in the lighthouse. Windows are barricaded, there's bins of food lying everywhere. But also, there is some graffiti completely unique to this map. On the very light of the lighthouse is this graffiti.
Jonathan Kensru, I will kill them until they get me.
Beneath the light of the lighthouse is some of this graffiti.
Maddie, if you can read this, run. They followed us here. Only way out was the way we came. Thousands of them now. I love you, Dean. No escape.
And right next to it appears to be the Japanese name Takako. I think I'm pronouncing that. Which, by the way, could I just state that this combined with the last map, it's really nice to see graffiti that isn't just all English. It is always funny to me in zombie games how there's usually just a lot of characters who conveniently all speak English and are all American, and there's not like one person in the group who's maybe Mexican and knows more Spanish than English. Like, I don't know, I just always find that funny in zombie media that it's like everybody's American and everyone speaks English in those stories. Well, to be fair, most zombie stories, they act like the world ending is just America ending. And then some final graffiti is a date with a note.
October 30th, 2009. Derek led us here. Dead end. Derek's dead now, asshole.
Along with what is seemingly a bunch of initials. And that is pretty much the last stand. The whole point of the map is that you turn on the generator, sound the boat horn, turn on the lighthouse, and wait for rescue that never comes. But overall, survival mode is great. I love it. It's fun to sit there and try to hold out as long as possible, and then you start to feel the dominoes fall. One friend gets grabbed by a smoker, and then you go out to save him, and a hunter pounces you, and now they're covered in boomer bile, and they shove the boomer explodes, now you're covered in boomer bile, and it's just so chaotic and fun. But along with survival mode is the most infamous game mode, Versus. What makes Versus unique is that it is no longer a 4-player co-op game, but a 4v4 sorta PvP game. 4 players take control of the survivors. The other 4 take control of the special infected. And fun fact, when Left 4 Dead was first being developed, this was the main game mode.
For much of the development of Left 4 Dead, Versus mode was the default and only mode. Balance problems eventually forced us to make it a separate game type. The problem was that if we balanced it to provide the survivors a reasonable chance of escape, the experience was a long and frustrating one for the player zombies. Changes that were necessary to make the player zombie experience satisfying also served to make the experience dramatically harder for the survivors. Separating Versus mode allowed us to break out of this dilemma. Rather than aiming for a 50-50 shot at the survivors escaping, now we're aiming for a shorter, more intense experience, where the survivors are unlikely to make it to the end. Their goal is simply to get further than the other team did. It's more fun for the zombies, and your reward for having a harder time as the survivors is that you get to switch teams after you're slaughtered and do the same to them.
Now, as fun as Left 4 Dead 1 Versus is, do not get me wrong, it is great. I unfortunately, when trying to get footage... Hey, all, future Aiden here. So, when we were getting more footage of Versus mode, one of the buddies we had there, Paladin, they had said that, hey, don't do local because they thought it meant LAN. And so we did best dedicated server, not realizing it was actually giving us a Valve, like a Valve-approved Left 4 Dead server. So a bunch of random people could join because they could take advantage of the fact it was, on a Valve server instead of it being ran on my own computer. So to Paladin, if they're watching this, fuck you for lying, and I hope you stub your toe, and, like, it really hurts. When we weren't having those moments... It was some of the funniest shit ever. Go fuck him up, Paladin. Go get him. Go get him.
They'll shoot me immediately.
I'll distract them. Did they do that willingly?
Yeah, but all we got him. Nice.
Yes, we got Francis.
Oh, come on.
Yes. Oh, this is beautiful.
I got Mochi down.
No, Lewis, there is no smoker.
There's no smoker in Bank 6A.
Shit, no! Oh my god! No!
Your voice was kind of...
He's gonna touch you!
Get away from me! Get away! Oh no! Please! No! Oh my god! Oh no!
We at least made it farther.
I'm gonna take a little longer, so like, if you were to give me 10 minutes, then yeah.
Bill!
So many. They have, like...
Get the fuck off, Paladin! No, he's blocking the shots!
Damn it.
That's motherfucker! Yes! Self-sabotage! Yes!
Oh, you got it! You got it!
Pills!
Come on.
Take pills!
Damn!
Oh my god!
Amount of fucking... I'm just hearing this in the background and I'm just like...
You need to watch this. Oh! Dude, you did it. Oh
my god, no!
Did you live?
Yes!
How are you alive?
Oh my god, holy shit! Oh my god, this is...
Kill him. Kill him.
Jesus! I can't. Oh my God, Bill, please, Bill, I beg you.
Oh my goodness!
Holy shit! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, give me up!
Aiden, you're fucked, bro.
I'm
You're
not fucked! Oh my God! Oh! And what's funny is this is exactly what. Y'all couldn't shoot one comment.
You just have like.
It's just 2-2.
Kevin.
God,
Alvin
too early.
and Aiden are playing against Oshi and Calico.
Yep.
That was a good. Is the vending machine bulletproof?
American.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good boom. Oh.
I got one.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, run, just run. No, shit!
Not that way!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Francis, what are you doing?
Oh my! Did it send you over the?
Yes!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Dude.
Hey, we made it as far as they did last time.
This would be funny.
Are they banging the wall?
Probably anything special.
Like the best way.
Here, get him to follow you off the roof.
Fuck it! Let's experiment!
He's after me. He's prioritizing me. He's prioritizing me. I'm
Got
scared,
it.
bro. Oh, he's not. He's on you. He's on you. How do I get up? I can't get up. Oh, they're getting up. They're getting up. I
Jump!
can't get up.
Leap up.
Oh God. I need it to work. I need it to not work.
Well, this is a fair loose.
Can't let them win. Can't let them win.
There's fucking barely anyone on our team. I guess I'm going solo. Fuck this. I'm going solo.
Oh God, I'm gonna die. Oh God. No, I'm not. No, I don't.
You shut the fuck up, man.
And yes, I'm giving him away.
Shut up.
Trick shot. You're dead. And you're dead. It is easy.
Oh, did you knock them both off?
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, that was perfect.
Yes! Wix, punch me. It'd be funny.
I got you.
Versus mode is all about the survivors trying to get to the safe house and end of the level. The zombies have to stop that. How the game works is that the further you progress through the level, the more points you get, with a certain limit you can hit once you hit the safe house. The goal is basically this. A, you try to go ahead and prevent the survivors from reaching the safe house, and if you do that, you, when you become a human player, must now try to go further than them. But should both teams make it to the safe house, the tiebreaker will be which team took the least amount of damage, giving that team a bonus point to help them stay ahead of the game. It is fun, it's chaotic, and how about we go ahead and talk about playing as the infected for a minute? As the hunter, whenever you crouch, your character will start to growl, and then you can go ahead and leap. Now, something unique to the versus mode hunter is that you can kind of bounce off of a wall, as in you can jump towards a wall. If you then turn your back to it as you're in the air, you then basically get a double jump. Thanks, Cat. The hunter is best at going ahead and taking survivors who are separated or a bit further from the group and then just shredding them. The smoker, on the other hand, is good at trying to get people separated. The smoker, especially in versus, can really punish survivors with one-way drops. For example, you can go ahead and, with the one-way hole inside of the apartment in No Mercy, if a survivor is a little bit behind, you can grab him as his other 3 teammates are dropping down, and they can't do shit. Or if there's a cliff, that is also where the smoker shines, as he can drag them to either hang on for dear life, or if the game's code doesn't realize that they're on a ledge, just flat out yank them to their death. The boomer is good for going ahead and allowing the smoker and hunter to have these openings. Playing as a boomer, you're essentially playing as a kamikaze. You want to drop in, rush in, and get everybody soaked in boomer bile. However, the boomer is about as sensitive as paper near an ocean, so you gotta be real careful. The witch can, thank God, not be controlled by a player. The witch is completely controlled by AI. Which, to be fair, I don't know how that would be, because you would just be sitting there until somebody makes you mad, and then you run at them, but I don't know. However, the witch can still be used to great lengths, especially when combined with a smoker or a boomer. A blind survivor may not realize they're right next to the witch and shoot her, the gunshot will make her mad, and a smoker can yank the survivor into the witch and then just make her mad. Also, along with that note is that the smoker in general can just pull survivors into things like car alarms or fires. The smoker is really good at pulling survivors into hazards, if they're angled right. If there is one kind of flaw, it's that unless you have a well-placed boomer, the survivors can kind of just camp it out in a corner. However, like I said, a well-placed boomer can fix that, but assuming you're out in the middle of the cornfield, yeah, that boomer's not going to be able to do much, is he? You see, in order to spawn in as an infected, you go ahead, look for a spot you want to go to, and you have to be 1, not too close to the survivors, 2, you have to make sure they can't see you, and 3, you can't hide in, like, the safe room or something. So if survivors camp in a corner, unless they can literally drop down on you, the special infected are kind of fucked. However, there's one more special infected you can control. The tank. From what I can gather, the player with the most points will be given a higher chance to become the tank. And the tank is just fun. It feels good to be able to fling cars at survivors, to pick up the ground and chuck it at them, to go ahead and swing them across the map with one punch. But the versus mode tank has a trade-off. Because, let's be honest, a really well, smart, thinking tank could just run all the way to the safe room and, well, now the tank owns the safe room. Well, in versus mode, the tank has a rage meter. If you do not attack or punch somebody within a certain amount of time, you lose your turn on the tank. After this, then another player is given that turn, and then if they fail to also do anything, then it becomes an AI tank. And if that AI tank fails, the tank then presumably dies of a fucking heart attack. Versus mode is so much fun, and it feels so nice to go ahead and play as the infected. And not only do, we get to enjoy playing as the infected, but we also learn a little bit about the special infected lore-wise. Both in campaign mode and in versus, special infected are not drawn by pipe bombs. They're not drawn in by car alarms. And as we could see in the comics, when Lieutenant Moore was infected, his vision turned orange. While when you're playing as the special infected, your vision is orange. What this leads to many people believing is that the special infected seemingly maintain more of their humanity. I'm using that term loosely here. They're not as animalistic. They seem to plan out their attacks. They seem to be a bit smarter than the regular zombie. But to say that they're human is far from the truth. They don't get attracted by pipe bombs, but they sure want to kill people. Now, while in-game, obviously, all we see is the survivors, I'd like to imagine that realistically, following the Left 4 Dead lore here, the special infected see what Lieutenant Moore saw. Demons. They see these horde creatures with guns, gunning down people, and they think, I need to stop them. But with their infected brain, the only word they probably register is kill. The special infected, if I haven't already gushed about them enough, are my favorite part of Left 4 Dead, and probably the most understandable reason as to why the army failed to maintain the outbreak. I mean, in 28 days later, they were able to go ahead and keep everything under control because it was just people that ran at you. I know it's a bit of a generous understatement, but what I'm saying is, in a contained scenario, a zombie apocalypse, like in Left 4 Dead, could probably be prevented if the special infected weren't there. And now that we've talked about versus mode, survival mode, the campaigns, the story, everything, I want to go ahead and wrap back to that question I asked in the intro. Why is it in most zombie media, the army fails to handle the situation? To answer that question, let me ask you another question. Do you remember 2020? Back in 2020, it felt like the world was ending. There were just people on the news saying that everything's fine, but everything I heard, it did not seem fine. But what I want to emphasize when it comes to Left 4 Dead's apocalypse and most other zombie media is honestly less of the army. As a matter of fact, there's always one thing I found funny about zombie media that I feel like no one talks about. The fact that people aren't going to work. 2020 taught me that the world outside can be on the verge of ending, and I'm still going to get a phone call from my boss asking me to come to work that day. And so I always found it funny how in zombie media, where the zombies are these shambling hordes that could be gunned down easily by any army equipment, that they act like the world's ending. That the world is over because these shambling corpses are too much for the US Army to deal with. Real life has taught me there can be a zombie apocalypse, and I'll be asked to come into work. And so, I feel like Left 4 Dead is one of the few pieces of zombie media out there that shows the zombie apocalypse that I can genuinely look at and see why the world ended. The zombies mutate on a daily basis. The virus can be airborne. People can be immune, but they are just as contagious as a zombie. CETA, the people trying to figure out the virus, went radio silent, and pretty much any of their advice went out the window. The army stopped getting their orders from CETA, and when trying to put their foot down and do their own thing, they couldn't because of the mutations that they weren't informed about. Left 4 Dead to me is not only a wonderful zombie game that has pretty much laid the groundwork for how to make a good zombie game, but also shows, in my opinion, the one time I feel like I can look at an apocalypse and understand why the world ended. I feel as if so much zombie media just forgets the fact that when the world was ending a few years ago, we were still asked to come to work and go to school. But Left 4 Dead, outside of that, is just a wonderfully made game. The environmental storytelling tells us so much with pretty much no dialogue. The zombie mutations are, while maybe not now, very unique for the time. Back then, the concept of a zombie using its own guts to go ahead and yank you away was a completely foreign concept. The characters are funny, and you care enough about them to genuinely want to see them survive. And it is just a great game. And while sure, there is the sequel, and trust me, we'll talk about the sequel, I feel like it's a good place to look at Left 4 Dead 1 so we don't forget where we started. And honestly, sometimes, I just personally prefer to play Left 4 Dead 1. Sure, 2 introduces new zombie types, introduces new characters, weapons, maps. I sometimes just enjoy the more simplistic nature of Left 4 Dead 1. And so, dear viewer, if you have the money to spare, or happen to own Left 4 Dead in your library, boot it up with some friends, and have some fun.
Get the hell in! I'm getting in! Yes! No one left behind, let's fucking go, bro! I think I did pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Steam Summer Sale.
I know, right? $2.
Survived the blood.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Y'all down to do more of this shit tomorrow?
Hell yeah, bro.
I'm down to do this whenever.
Despite all these years later, it still holds up as a wonderful masterpiece. And yes, there's Left 4 Dead 2. But Left 4 Dead 1 may be Left 4 Dead, but not forgotten.
Kill all sons of bitches. That's my official instructions.